Hello? Hello? Hello, 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 hello? Oh! Are we up? Yeah, I can hear Michael Jackson clearly in my headphones.
Very good. Good. Okay, so I need to. There's an audio I need to do.
That's all right.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Once again, good morning everyone and welcome back to the county ground here at home for day 4 of our match between Sussex and our visitors of Surrey. For those who missed the early announcement, scorecards are available. And please can be collected to Shrewsbury pick-up points at the Sten Calmer Pavilion and the club box office, which is situated by the main stadium entrance. Play due to begin on time at 11 o'clock then.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day 4 of this county championship match between Surrey and Sussex. I'm Adrian Harms, and good morning wherever you're listening from. Just a quick sound check around the ground. There we are. We can see Tim is in the top tier of the Spenkarma Pavilion. He's waving furiously, which means that everything is working well. So good news. Hope you can hear us wherever you're listening. You may be watching the Sussex live stream or listening via the BBC website. I'm Adrian Harms. Next to me, lovely to have with me for the 4th day running, Mark Church. Good morning, Churchy.
Let's get the microphone working. That button is a little...
It is a little sticky.
Temperamental,
It is
isn't
sticky, yeah.
It's a little bit up and down, that button. No, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. And, well, the good news is the conditions are okay to get started.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure we need the floodlights on now because the sun's emerging, so I'm not sure they'll be on for much longer. And, yes, it'll be interesting to see how today pans out. And Surrey very good with the bat yesterday, 390 for 3, trailed by just the 45 runs. Dan Lawrence 117 not out of 108 balls with 6 sixes and 10 fours, so it was great to watch. And Ben Folks just ticked along at the other end for 47. They put on 153, that after Sibley made 82, put on 179 with Ollie Pope. And then Pope made 103, his first 100 of the summer. Interestingly, his first 100 in championship cricket away from the Oval. The only other one he's got away from the Oval was in 2017, which was his first 100 for Surrey down in Southampton.
And that stat was picked up by the national media.
Was it really? Yes,
yeah.
yes.
There was a bit of it in the Times.
Yes, I'm sure there was.
And on the BBC website. We should say, because I think it's fair to say that Surrey felt last night, because when play was called off for the day, it then got lighter. And if you listen to the interview with Paul Farbrace from last night, and Paul said, I think we got away with one here, because I think there was a feeling that there could have been some more play. And maybe the umpires were a little bit previous in calling things off last night.
That's one way of putting it, yes.
That's the polite way of putting it.
I don't want to be led out with my hands tied behind my back, but it was farcical. It was utterly farcical.
Well, get off that fence.
Calling it at that time of the day with, what did we have left in the day?
36 overs.
36 overs, and we played to 10 past 7 the night before.
Well, in comes Ollie Robinson. He's going to get things underway. Coming in down the hill, bowling to Dan Lawrence. It slips down the leg side, taken by Simpson. There is no run. Because at the rate that Surrey was scoring, if they'd have scored at 5 and over for those 36 overs, they'd have had a lead this morning of about 150 runs.
And my other point with that is, forget the cricket side of it, it's embarrassing that you're sort of stood there in conditions that are improving and everybody's gone home. It is slightly embarrassing, really.
Well, I bumped into a long-time Sussex supporter in the coffee bar just now, as in comes Robinson down the hill and bowls, and Lawrence defends to mid-on, fielded by Jaden Seals, no run. And his first words to me were, we are meant to be in the entertainment business. And that was a Sussex supporter who would clearly want Sussex to win, but felt that it wasn't the correct decision last night.
No, it wasn't good. Put it that way. It wasn't good, and I'm just giving my honest opinion on that if I'm stood there at 5:45, 6 o'clock doing interviews, the light's improving, and it's not raining, probably rather be watching some cricket.
Robinson in, bowl towards, he turns onto the onside, and he's out. Robinson gets his man, and a wicket goes down in the first over of the morning. Seemed to rather stop on Lawrence, who was forward, and Ollie Carter takes the catch diving forward at mid-wicket. And Dan Lawrence is on his way with that, adding to his 117 from last night. And Surrey 390 for 4, and Robinson picks up his second wicket of the innings.
Yeah, and you can see how disappointed Dan Lawrence is. Just stopped on him. And a little leading edge, and it looped to mid-wicket. So Robinson has a wicket early on this morning, but what an innings that was from Dan Lawrence yesterday. And it was a very clever innings in that he went after the old ball before the new ball came, and he played some wonderful shots yesterday. But he's on his way back now. Ryan Patel is making his way out there into the middle. Surrey will bat normally for the first 45 minutes this morning. I don't think they're going to go hell for leather from ball one. So I think they'll bat normally. As I said yesterday, when they bat normally, they tick along at about 4 and over. So they'll just play what's in front of them for 45 minutes. I'm sure they've had a chat about how they want to go about this today. And the left-handed Ryan Patel makes his way out there into the middle.
Well, Ollie Robinson really should have had Dan Lawrence caught yesterday when it was a super innings. Take nothing away from that. When he was on 35, he was badly dropped at fine leg by Thomas. It was a catch he should have taken, really. But Robinson in the end gets his man, and he's coming in now. And there are 3 slips in place. As Robinson makes his way from the Cromwell Road end down the hill, bowls to Patel, who shoulders arms, lets that one go through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So 3 slips, backward points, cover mid-off, mid-on, and a deep square leg and a fine leg just away to our right-hand side. Just a bit of news from the interview with Paul Farbrace last night, and really disappointing news for Sean Hunt, who picked up 9 wickets last week in the game against Somerset, bowled beautifully and would have played in this game. Farbrace confirmed that last night. But Sean is out with a shoulder problem, and sadly that injury is going to take 3 months. So in comes Robinson, bowls, Patel lets up and go outside the off stump, no run. So we do wish Sean all the best in his recovery. And the Sussex bowling resource is a little stretched, Churchy, because Henry Crocombe, Paul Farbrace confirmed, is still another couple of weeks from being ready. Danny Lamb, we understand, is very unlikely to play at Trent Bridge next week. So Sussex really do need to make sure these other fast bowlers keep fit.
I was going to mention Danny Lamb in this, actually, that it's very unlikely that he'll bat, I would have thought, with that shoulder, unless he's really needed, perhaps.
Totally. Robinson in, bowls, Patel is forward defensively into the offside. There is no run, so Ollie Robinson gets things underway this morning with a wicket maiden. Figures of 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 89. Surrey 390 for 4, with Folkes on 47. Patel yet to score, and the man out in the first over of the day, Dan Lawrence, who batted beautifully yesterday. He's gone for 117, caught by Ollie Carter.
The other thing to mention is that Surrey, what are they now? 10 runs away from a batting point. So that will be their 4th. So it's going to be Jaden Seals from the C end of the ground. And Ben Folkes will be the man on strike. So there'll be a couple of slips in there, a first slip and a third slip. There's the deep cover point. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on. There's a mid-wicket, deep backward square and the long leg. As Seals is into Folkes. Oh, shout for LBW, but I think he's got a little inside edge on this. Looking to drive. And Folkes just indicates that nip back at him. So Folkes moves on to 48, and that will bring Ryan Patel onto strike for the first time this morning. I'm not quite sure why the lights are on, because it's absolutely fine here now. So I'm really not quite sure why the lights are on, but they are.
No, unless they think there's a bit of sort of sea mist or something around. But I mean, I think the clouds are getting higher all the time. So it does seem a little strange. I'm going to turn these lights off, Churchy, so we can see them reflecting in the window.
Ah, yes, there's Patel then. Over his bat is Seals. He's in, over the wicket, and forward goes Patel. Solid looking shot. He's taking on the single. If that hits, he's struggling. Ooh, that would have been out. That would definitely have been out. And he knew he was struggling as well. Trying to get himself off the mark. It wasn't the best judged single. And yeah, if that had hit the stumps, I don't think Ryan Patel would have been in the photograph finish. But Folkes comes back onto strike on 48. Because they must cost a bit to have on the old lights. So if you can turn them off,
Oh, definitely.
save a bit of cash, don't you? Seals Comes in over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes drives, thickish edge. That's going to fly off down towards third man. So the sweeper out on the cover point boundary route has to come round. They'll pick up 2, and that is Ben Folkes' 50.
Good 50.
So his third one of the summer, made 2 in the opening game against Essex. And it's been a typical Folkes innings. Just busy at the crease all the time. Coming from 95 balls with 3 4s and a 6. And allowed Dan Lawrence to do what Dan Lawrence did yesterday. He will run very hard between the wickets, will Ben Folkes. And Seals is into him, and Folkes drives. Doesn't really time this. Hughes does the fielding. Up there at mid-off, and there is no... Someone could explain to me, I'm sorry to go on about this, but the sun's filtering through the clouds now. Why are the lights on? It's all very strange.
Is it the... I mean, presumably it's the umpires who make that decision, is it?
Yeah,
I mean,
get them turned off. As turning again is Seals, down below us. Comes in over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes is clipping this one into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Interesting interview with Paul Farbrace. The great thing about having a coach like Paul Farbrace, and I'm sure the same with Gareth Patty, that they're very honest. They tell it exactly as it is. And Paul Farbrace said in the interview last night that Sussex have competed well so far in the county championship, but yesterday was a little different, and felt that they didn't play particularly well yesterday.
Waiting again is Folkes, as Seals is into him, and Folkes is forward and plays this one out into the covers. And there is no run. End of the over, 394 for 4 then Surrey. If you're just joining us this morning, Dan Lawrence going in the first over, caught by Carter of Robinson for 117. Folkes has 50, Patel has 1.
And as if to make the point, Richard Hyde has been in touch. Hello, Richard, at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. He's watching on YouTube today. He came for the first 2 days, but really felt it was too cold for cricket. He says, I wish I was tucked up warm in the commentary box. But he goes on to say, Paul Farbrace was right in your interview last night. Sussex have been given a bit of a lesson by Surrey as to where we need to be to compete at the top. Well done to Simo for winning the toss and batting. Best wishes to Croker, Lamb and Hunt for speedy recoveries. They're now very important members of the squad. In comes Robinson, bowls to Patel, who clips beautifully through away through mid-wicket. That's going to race up the hill for 4 runs. Over pitching from Ollie Robinson. And Ryan Patel clips nicely for his first boundary. Surrey rather, to 358, is that?
398.
398, I'm sorry, Churchy,
No,
398
not
for
at
4.
all.
Of course it's 98. Thanks for the commentary. And well done to the media team for their YouTube coverage. So well done, Isaac, in his first season down here, and Jack, who are doing a great job.
Doing a terrific job.
And I hope your laptop is feeling better today. So far it is. Thank you, Richard.
Excellent.
Robinson in bowls to Patel down the leg side. Might be a little annoyed he's missed out on that. Simpson across and takes. And there is no run. So Surrey now just 2 runs away from their 4th batting bonus point. And I would imagine it's odds on that they're going to... Because they're going along here, Church, at the best part of 5 and over. It was a point actually Paul Farbrace made last night that, felt that Sussex were a little slow in their run, certainly on the second day. But it's an interesting interview and worth a listen. Robinson in again. Bowls to Patel, who's solidly forward to a good delivery, pitching around middle and off. Plays it down to mid-off, and there is no run. So no Danny Lamb on the field. After that blow on the hand, which we understand ricocheted up onto his shoulder, and that's where he had a very, very nasty injury last year. That's the reason for no Danny Lamb. Changing the field, Tom Clark's come out of second slip into a extra cover position. So there's just the one slip in place, backward point, cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A fine leg. A deep square leg as Robinson's coming around the wicket now. In and bowls to Patel, who's forward and plays defensively to mid-on, fielded by Jaden Seals, no run. You said a couple of times in this match, Churchy, I don't get an opportunity to watch Surrey play, and these players, you see them a bit in T20 cricket, but that's a fleeting glance. And I've not watched Ben Folkes, but we understand around the circuit he's probably the best wicketkeeper in the country. Here comes Robinson, bowls, and Patel is hit, I think, on the thigh pad. The ball dribbles down the leg side, fielded by Simpson, no run. And he only conceded one bye in very difficult wicket-keeping conditions with the ball often around his feet. So he's the best wicket-keeper in England. And I'm watching him bat here and thinking, well, he's half decent bat as well, really. 50 not out. He's played some lovely shots. So you know what I'm going to say. If he's the best wicket-keeper, he should have the gloves for England, really.
Yeah.
Anyway, Robinson in bowls.
Oh,
That's a good delivery. Now that is a good delivery. And Patel's neither forward nor back, and the ball beat him on the inside edge and taken by John Simpson down the leg side. So good delivery by Ollie Robinson to finish the over. 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 93. Got a bit of tap from Dan Lawrence yesterday, did Ollie Robinson, but he's recovered this morning, picking up Lawrence's wicket in the first over of the morning. Caught by Ollie Carter for 117. 398 for 4. It means the arrears are now 37.
Well, it's doing a little bit this morning.
It is.
And this ball is, what now, 9 overs old? So, doing a little bit. And Surrey, a couple of runs away from a 4th batting point. Still bemused why the lights are on. I really am. And if it stays like this, and Sussex come out to bat, I suppose they'll have to stay on for Sussex as well. As in over the wicket comes Seals, and driving his Folkes, lovely shot. I think a half hand on it.
4 runs.
Had extra cover, but that's going to run over the boundary rope and away for 4. And that is the 400 up for Surrey. So trailing now by 33, 402 for 4.
Simon's been in touch, Church. He says, morning chaps, it may be due to the nature of the bulbs in the lights that you can't turn them off and on until they've been on for a while, unlike LED lights. He says, maybe, question mark. Anyway, he says, I'm just leaving Lewis to make my way to the ground. I'll have you in my ears
Right.
all the way.
So it could be due to the bulbs.
Possibly.
As over the wicket comes Seals, and Folkes is pushing this one off the back foot. And they will pick up a single, and that'll be one more to the total. 403 for 4.
Harry Ayres has been in touch. Churchy, he's a Sussex fan living in North Devon. It just seems strange to me that you cannot make up overs on the final day of a county championship match, despite the fact that you can do so in test matches.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great point, isn't it? You know, I mean, we lost 40 overs yesterday because we lost 4 in the morning and 36 at the end of the day, and we lost 43 on the first day.
As round the wicket goes Seals, and this is clipped firmly by Patel, straight in there to short mid-wicket, and there's no point. Yeah, it's a very valid point.
Isn't it? I mean, why can't you... sorry, on the first day we had 69... Is that right? No, wrong game, Adrian. Get your book in the right order. 53 overs on the first day. So we lost 43 overs on the first day. 40 overs yesterday. It's 83 overs.
Yeah.
It's virtually a day's cricket
Yes,
we lost.
Absolutely is. In round the wicket goes Seals, and driving is Patel because it's a long half volley. And it's nicely driven away by Ryan Patel. And as I say, Surrey just going along normally go at 4 and over. So, yeah, I think they'll see where they are after about 45 minutes of play. Ollie Sykes due to come in next. And they do bat all the way down, of course. Because after that, Jordan Clark, Matt Fisher, well, probably Gus Atkinson would be at 9 with his test century. Gus Atkinson. There can't be many sides that have a test centurion batting at 9. As round the wicket once again goes Seal, short ball, and that's just hurried up Ryan Patel a touch. The other thing I would say this morning is Surrey won't mind seeing that Dale's been hurried up by that one. There was one that went past his inside edge off Robinson. The one for Lawrence definitely stopped to touch on him. It's a little bit occurring on the last day. Still a good pitch to bat on, of course. 408 for 4.
It's got a little gloomy, hasn't it? Which is, perhaps they're just leaving the lights on just because there is a bit of sort of low cloud sort of drifting around. The sun was coming out, but it seems to have disappeared again now. So perhaps they're just leaving them on just while perhaps the sun burns off any of this sort of lowish.
Maybe
sort of
it'll help
misty.
burn the cloud off once the lights have warmed up. As they're getting an extra fielder in the covers. As Seals over the wicket to Folkes. Folkes pushes off the back foot, just rolls out there towards cover point, and there is no run. So sorry, 408 for 4. So they've got 4 batting points. They should, I suppose, get maximum here with 20 overs to go.
I think so.
And the interesting bit for me is that they now trail by 27.
Yes. Tim Drew has been in touch. Hello, Tim, from the top deck over there in the pavilion. He says, with Lamb, Hunt and Croker all out injured in the next few weeks, what's the situation with Ari Carvelos? Apologies if I missed you talking about him already. The situation is, Tim, that Ari is fit to play, and you would imagine he's probably the next sort of cab off the rank in terms of going up to Trent Bridge next week. Robinson. Around the wicket, bowls to Patel. Patel is 4, plays onto the onside. There is no run. Paul Farbrace was talking about that last night, talking about, you know, they may well have to look at the market to see what's available. I mean, I was thinking actually, because in this game, for example, Kemar Roach has been rested by Surrey. Now Jaden Seals is here for only 5 games, but it's 4 back-to-back games, which is quite a workload for a quickie. And I just wonder whether the plan might have been for Jaden to have made 3 out of the 4, but he's going to have to play all 4 now. Robinson around the wicket, bowls, Patel drives handsomely through the covers. I don't think this will go for 4. James Coles is in hot pursuit with Ollie Carter, and indeed it is just a couple. Patel goes to 12, and the total 410 for 4. Not the greatest throw, goes over the head of John Simpson, who gives him a sort of long, rueful look. I mean, obviously the Sussex do have a week off, so, you know, maybe Jaden would have played all 5, but I suspect they might have liked the option to have maybe left him out for 1 game. He's bowling a lot of overs and bowling well. But with this injury crisis Sussex have got, I would imagine Ari Carvelos will come in at Trent Bridge, and they'll just be keeping everything crossed that no one else gets injured. So then it will be a problem. Robinson in and bowls. Patel drives pleasantly to mid-off. There is no run.
It's also who's available, isn't it?
Well, loan-wise, absolutely, at this stage of the season, Churchy, yeah, totally.
And you know, it's a really tricky one, that. It really is.
No, and
Because
particularly...
of course you've got your 2 overseas already, so...
Yeah, absolutely. So they can't bring in... Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nathan McAndrew is coming early anyway because Jaden Seals is going off to play for the West Indies. In comes Robinson, bowls. Patel defends onto the leg side. They think about a single, it isn't there. Haynes very quickly in from square leg to field. There is no run. And actually, in terms of picking up a lone player, everybody's in the same boat with a lot of cricket in the first 2 months. So any county is going to be pretty loath to say, oh yes, you know, so-and-so's not playing, to have him for a couple of games, because there's a lot of cricket over the, you know, so, well, half the county championship is played before the end of May.
Yeah. Well, it's seven games.
It is.
Isn't it, in the first block?
Yeah. Robinson. Around the wicket, bowls. Oh, Patel, that's good delivery. Beaten 2 outside the off stump, no run. Sussex will be hoping that, you know, there's a week in between the game at Trent Bridge and then Worcestershire coming here, so that may be an opportunity to get maybe Henry Crocombe fit. And I understand Danny Lamb is suffering with bruising after that injury on Saturday, so perhaps that will give those 2 time, and that may ease issues a little bit. But certainly for next week, the Sussex will just be hoping they don't get any more injuries. Robinson back to his mark, so they need Robinson to stay fit. 2 for 95 in his 23rd over, in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, taken low down by Simpson, no run. End of the over, just the 2 runs off that over, 410 for 4. The arrears is now 25, that's nice, easy maths with Folkes on 55, Patel on 12. 91 overs Surrey have had. Sussex, to get to their 4-3-5, took 132 overs. So actually, Surrey are going to take probably about 36, 37 overs less than Sussex to reach the same stage, which is interesting.
Yeah, and it's a session of cricket, if you think about it.
Paul Fabrice did say he felt that Sussex had called, had been, scored their runs too slowly and hadn't got enough.
No,
And you said that.
Yeah, yeah, and as I say, it's interesting all this at the moment as Seals runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Folkes. Again, they won't mind seeing that. Sorry, they really won't. That's again just stopped a touch on Folkes as he was trying to whip it through the leg side. It's hit the back of his bat. It's run down towards third man. There's been enough there this morning to just encourage Surrey a touch. Which sounds a strange thing to say with Sussex bowling, but just thinking if Surrey get this lead and then just can put Sussex under a little bit of pressure. Seals is over the wicket once again. Oh, and Ben Folkes looks to run it down towards third man, gets a little inside edge, and up comes John Simpson to do the fielding. It's still a good pitch to bat on, for a last day. We've sort of seen it in the 3 games that Surrey have been involved in so far, that the pitches have been really good to bat on the last day.
Yeah, well, it was certainly the case up at Edge. It was a good pitch here last week against Somerset, but if Sussex were coming into bat for say 2.5 sessions in arrears by 200, that would have been very interesting.
Seals. Over the wicket he comes, and hello. That one's leapt at Folkes, and Folkes is down to do some gardening. Wow. Now, whether this has got anything to do with the lights on, I don't know, but there's been enough, as I say there this morning, just to keep everybody on their toes on this final day. Ian Gould was here this morning. He's out there in the middle, gunner. Great man of this club and also around the world, as that's hitting the pads of Ben Folkes, running away down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single. 2 in fact, 2 leg byes, 2 more to the total, 414 for 4. I would recommend Mr. Gould's book as well, Gunner.
Yes.
It's fantastic read,
Yeah.
It really is.
Yes, that came out right about the beginning of COVID,
Yes,
didn't
it
it?
was.
Because
It
I remember
was.
interviewing him. And we had to do it on Zoom and...
Great book. As Seals, over the wicket he comes. And this is off the hip by Folkes, down towards long leg. They'll pick up a single. 1 more to Folkes. He moves on to 58, 415 for 4, because of course he was out there. Well, he wasn't out there in the middle. He was TV umpire, I think I'm right in saying. No, sorry, I apologise. He was out in the middle for the famous Australian Bancroft ball.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, and that chap's is the first chapter.
Right.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Seals getting ready to come round the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Patel on 12. And Patel pulls out of a delivery that was short. Was thinking about having a hook at that, but it kept going away from him. So he just dropped the hands and it was taken by Simpson. End of the over, 415 for 4, Folkes 58, and Patel has 12.
Teddy's been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, not a great start losing Lamb, Crocombe and Hunt. That will affect all our results with the workload. It will pile on further pressure to avoid. Maybe getting Brad Curry back to red ball would benefit the squad." Well, that's an interesting thought. He's just a white ball player, Brad Curry. On this game, I think this has been good for Sussex as a barometer of where they need to get to. Andrew says Sussex have another bowler on the books who only has a white ball contract despite taking 6 for 93 on his debut and looking like a decent bowler. Before looking at loans, he should be given a shout. He's referring to Brad Curry as well. Left arm seamer. That's an interesting point.
Swap like for like.
In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and folks pull slightly in the air, but he's pulled it back to the square. They'll look for two here. He's very quick between the sticks. They decided not to because Jack Carson's a good fielder and he got round very quickly and got his throw away. That wasn't Jack Carson, actually. It was...
Good bit of work. Got round very quickly.
Yes, it was Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Jack. He's sprinting across the field now. So he would normally feel closer to the wicket, but he's nursing a damaged finger, is Jack. So they're sort of keeping him out of the fray a little bit.
Out of the firing line. Yes, well, there's Curry, left armour, and Hunt's out, so...
Robinson in bowls to Patel, plays to backward point. Interesting email from Bob Pook, and he says, do you know for whom the umpires are wearing black armbands? Now, clearly, if you haven't heard the very sad news this morning of the passing of the Pope, whether that's a reason or whether there's another reason that the umpires are wearing black armbands, I'm unsure, Bob. But thank you for pointing out. I'm just looking at umpire Ben Debenham at this end of the ground. He's standing at square leg, and he's clearly got a black armband on, so quite possibly that's the case. None of the players, I don't think the players have they? No. Robinson around the wicket, bowls, driven firmly by Patel, nice looking shot. He's only going to get a single, a good tumbling save at mid-off by Daniel Hughes, prevents more than a single. 417 for 4, Patel to 13, folks on 59, so thank you, Bob, for that email. Stephen Worthing has been in touch. Hi, Adrian and Churchy. Enjoyed the commentary. Does Mark think Surrey will sign a second overseas player for the matches in May to go with Nathan Smith? A spinner would be a good option, says Stephen Worthing.
I suppose it's a fair question. Do you know what? I haven't really thought about that.
Robinson in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and that kept a little low, and folks steers it onto the leg side. They're looking for two again, but there is only the single because James Coles on this occasion is very quickly in from deep mid wicket to field, gets in the throw. One more to Folks, who goes to 60, 418 for 4.
The only thing I would say with that is they'll obviously be keeping an eye on Mumbai Indians in the IPL because that's where Will Jacks is. But yes, it's not something I've really thought about. But it's a very good question, yes, because Nathan Smith comes in May.
Robinson round the wicket, bowls to Patel, who clips this to deep mid wicket, picks up another single. Does Patel, who's just nudging the ball around. He goes to 14 off 23, 419 for 4, means the arrears are now just 16 as far as Surrey are concerned.
I'm looking forward to watching Nathan Smith. And then Mitch Santner's coming in, of course, for the old T20. So, yeah, it's a fair question. It really is. Again, it's who's available as much as
yes,
anything.
It is.
And
yep.
As I say, Jacks would...
Robinson again, bowls. Folks looking to pull and then pulls out of the shot at the last minute. Simpson takes down the leg side.
And I'd
no
also
run.
say Cameron Steele's coming back to fitness as well. Now, Cameron last season picked up 14 wickets with his leg breaks and can obviously bat as well, and so they've got that. They've got Cam Steele, and as I say, Will Jacks, when he gets back, will obviously be in the minds of Messrs. Batty and Burns. So it's an interesting point. I think, look, you don't have to have two overseas. You don't have to have an overseas if you don't want to. Middlesex did they?
No.
Last year.
Just noticed John Simpson having a word to Ollie Robinson. It might have been, have a blow, Ollie, or do you want one more? But it's bowled so far this morning, so we'll see how it pans out next over from the far end.
As Seals is in, and this is cracked off the back foot by Ryan Patel out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's Tom Haynes out there. And they will pick up one more. Patel moves on to 50. Haynes is getting a standing ovation from all his teammates. Every bit of fielding he's doing so far this morning.
They did that yesterday, and I couldn't work out why. So maybe yeah, everyone clapped. I just wonder here, Churchy, whether Surrey get to 450, get these 5 batting points secured, and then go hell for leather.
Yeah, I always thought they'd just bat normally for the first 45 minutes and see where they are.
Well, it's good
As
delivery.
that, again, has bounced and nipped away. The thing that's interested me is that beats the edge of Ben Folkes' bat, as more has happened this morning than we've seen over the first 3 days.
Just in terms of the black armbands, both Simon and Jane have been in touch to say that the umpire's wearing armbands as the Welsh umpire Jeff Evans has passed away.
Has he?
Well, that's what Simon is saying. I mean, we need to be, obviously that's, we're getting this, in comes Seals, Bowles. I'll just take over because we've got an update to do, listeners, on BBC Radio Sussex and Surrey, so we'll... Yes, thank you very much, Alison. Surrey 420 for 4 here at Hove. It means they trail by 15 runs. A man out this morning, Dan Lawrence, who made a century yesterday. He was out without adding to his overnight score of 117, caught by Ollie Carter off of the bowling of Ollie Robinson, as I say, for 117. Ben Folkes still going along nicely. He's on 60. Ryan Patel is on 15. Surrey closing in on this Sussex total. We then expect them to accelerate, declare, and who knows what might happen this afternoon. Lots of cricket to be played in this one. Floodlights are on. Surrey 420 for 4.
And thank you to Mr. Talbot, away to our right-hand side, who says that the umpires are wearing black armbands in memory of Jeff Evans, who died on Sunday, aged 70. So, fantastic man, Jeff Evans. Lovely man. And that is sad news. That really is sad news.
And thank you, everyone, for letting us know. So good of you. Thank you, Bruce and Simon and Jane as well. Seals comes in, bowls to Folkes, and he's nudged behind, and a second wicket of the day goes down. I think there's been a movement there for Jaden Seals, just off the pitch. Little nick from Ben Folkes, and John Simpson takes a tumbling catch, and that's good reward for Jaden Seals, who I think has been the pick of the Sussex bowlers throughout this match. 2 for 75 he's picked up, and Ben Folkes goes for a very accomplished 60. And Surrey to 420 for 5. But there needs to be a little bit of movement there for Jaden Seals. And a little nick through to the keeper.
It does. As I say, more's happened this morning than we've seen over the first 3 mornings of this game. And lovely innings from Ben Folkes. He makes his way back towards the dressing rooms. Well, yes, of course, Sussex could bowl Surrey out if it's going to move around a bit. But I'm just thinking ahead to the Sussex second innings. And as I say, there's been a little bit more there this morning. There really has. Now, here comes a young man, Ollie Sykes. He's played 1 championship game before. He's hugely talented. That was the final game against Essex. I felt a bit for him last season. And his first innings, he wandered out there and nothing was really happening. And he was out without scoring. But he sort of got an opportunity here to play his natural game, and he is an exciting prospect. He really is. Left-hander, and well bowled, Jaden Seals. Yes, he has been the pick of the Sussex bowlers for me in terms of quicker bowlers by a long shot.
Yes, I would agree. I think he's been excellent. He was very good for Sussex down here last season as well. He played 6 games. And took, where are we here, Chachi? He took 24 wickets at 24. Best figures of 5 for 29. He's in again, bowls to Sykes, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. I guess from a Sussex point of view, at the end of the over, 420 for 5. The arrears are 15. We're just seeing a repeat of that delivery from Jaden Seals. Yeah, there was a little bit of movement there, you know.
You could see what Folkes was thinking, just trying to help it down to third man.
By taking these 2 wickets, I mean, I guess it's just sort of slowed Surrey in, we really expected to see the ball disappearing to all parts, and had Lawrence stayed in. But that being said, Sussex are still going to have to bat here, so it's going to be interesting for the rest. If the weather holds, we could be in for an interesting day's cricket.
We could be, yes. No, I think I didn't expect Surrey to go out there from ball one and try and launch it out the ground. I always thought they'd sort of just tick it over for the first sort of 45 minutes as, oh, hello, Robinson beats the outside edge of Ryan Patel's bat. This would have been noted, I'm sure, up on the balcony by Jade Dernbat, the Surrey bowling coach. But it's been interesting this morning. What do we have? 35 minutes of play. Surrey have added 30. So they're now trailing by the 15 runs. The other thing is Sussex are a wicket away from a second bowling point. Oh, outside edge from Ryan Patel. Flies down to the boundary rope. Absolutely whistle past first slip. And it's away for 4. 4:24 for 5. And Ryan Patel moves on to 19.
Arrears now 11.
Yeah, Tom Alsop in there at first slip. But he's got a lot of ground to cover. He's not really at first slip, he's at second slip. And he's got an awful lot of ground to cover there. Flags fluttering in the breeze. Ollie Robinson just waiting to get the ball back in his hands once again. As he comes into Ryan Patel, and Patel is driving up the ground. Doesn't really time this, Ryan Patel. The field at the moment is long leg, deep backward square. There's the mid-wicket, there's the mid-on, mid-off cover. Sweeper on the cover point, boundary rope, and then the backward point. As Robinson turns in the distance once more. Round the wicket he comes again to Ryan Patel, and Patel covers up, plays it solidly, back up the pitch. And there is no run. Still with the lights on. Here, maybe they're just going to be on all day.
I just wonder, there's sort of, sometimes you get this on the coast, a bit of mist and murk sort of drifting around if the sun doesn't burn the murk away, and maybe they're just leaving them on because it takes a little while to get them back on again. So maybe that's the reason. But it's certainly the ball is doing a little bit this morning.
And the wicket again goes Robinson, and this one's turned by Patel into the leg side. And here we go again. So every time that Haynes gets the ball, he's getting a standing ovation from the Sussex players. Short mid-wicket, there we go again.
Well spotted.
Yes, every time Haynes has touched the ball this morning, he's got a standing ovation from the Sussex players.
I'm pretty certain they did it yesterday as well, but I can't remember who was fielding when that happened.
Maybe they pick a player for every morning, that every time they touch the ball,
maybe
they get a standing ovation. As round the wicket once again goes Robinson. That might change if they do that and they drop a catch. As the throw comes in from Haynes, straight over the top of the stumps, you'll get another standing ovation. End of the over, Patel will be on strike, 4:25 for 5. I'm just going to, excuse me for 2 seconds here, Mr. Harms. And as always, I'm going to be honest, call of nature.
It's quite all right.
A, my age, B, too much coffee.
I just was just checking it wasn't Tom's birthday, but it isn't. His birthday's in October, so... Anyway, thanks very much for joining us. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Surrey. Adrian Harms, Mark Church, your commentary team. You can listen via your smart speaker as well. Just say, play Sussex v Surrey, day 4, and by a miracle, you should be able to listen to the commentary via your smart speaker. As in comes Jaden Seals, bowls to Patel, who's forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no runs. The state of play is that Surrey trail here by 10 runs. We have got another 86 overs remaining in the day, so lots of cricket to be played here. But Sussex have slowed the Surrey advance from yesterday, and that really happened in the first over when Dan Lawrence was out for 117, caught by Ollie Carter at mid-wicket. He did a fine innings, and Ben Folkes has also gone. In comes Seals again, clipped away by Patel. That's going to be 4 runs. Straying in his line then was Jaden Seals, and Ryan Patel very quickly onto that and forcefully clipping the ball away through backward square leg for 4 runs. So he goes to 429 for 5.
Yes, nicely put away by Ryan Patel.
It's a shame. Being a bank holiday Monday, I thought we might have had a really good crowd today. And I think if this had been a real cliffhanger, I think we would have done. And it could still be. You know, you never know with county cricket. Seals makes his way away from us. In and bowls, and Patel steers this to mid-on. He thought about the single, but then there was a very loud shout of no as Daniel Hughes closed in from mid-on, and there is no run. Total remains on 429 for 5. We'll have a little scoot round the other games being played in the county championship. And I think there's a little bit more bad weather around today, so we'll just have to see how that pans out. Seals. On his way again, bowls to Patel, who is caught behind, and Jaden Seals picks up his 2nd wicket of the morning, and Ryan Patel goes. It was wide outside the off stump. He's looking to carve that away. We heard the nick from here. Through into the gloves of John Simpson. Ryan Patel goes for 24, and a 3rd wicket of the morning goes down. It's taken by Simpson. Repeat of the last wicket, and Surrey lose their 3rd wicket of the morning.
Well, the way we're going at the moment, Surrey will have some sort of lead, but could be all out. So again, that would make it interesting. Everything's sort of moving in the direction of this may not be what everybody thought it was going to be, because, as I say, there's a bit there this morning, not a huge amount, but there's a bit more there. Ryan Patel looks very annoyed with himself because the shot was on. It's just, it flicked the outside edge of his bat. So Lawrence has gone for 117. Folks has gone for 60. Patel caught behind off Seals for 24. 429 for 6. So Surrey trail by the 6 runs. And
Jordan Clark makes his way out to the middle. So, just elsewhere in Division 1, briefly, Yorkshire 172 for 4, leading Durham by 52, so there's still legs in that game. Up at the Riverside, Durham, who have had 2 defeats so far. Essex, they're going to beat Worcestershire at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 202 for 8, still needing another 93 to win. Somerset 122 for 2 down at Southampton, still trailing Hampshire by 30, so bit of life in that game as well. And it's raining at Edgbaston. They've had a lot of rain up there. Warwickshire 193 for 6, though, still trailing Nottinghamshire by 111. So if they do get on, you'd fancy Notts to win that one. Anyway, new man is Jordan Clark, and he's going to face Jaden Seals. Figures of 3 for 79. Jaden is racing in and bowls. Oh, that kept horribly low. Taken by John Simpson. That really did keep low.
Well, that's the only other thing. On a day 4 pitch, however good it is, you can get a touch of up and down bounce. That's the other thing. And we haven't had a huge amount of rain, so the pitch will be pretty dry. So you can get a little bit of up and down as well. Really, if you're Jaden Seals, you want that delivery to be straight to do that. Not if you're Jordan Clark and it's your first ball.
No. In comes Seals. Bowls Clark up on his toes and steers that into the slip cord. There is no run. And a good over from Jaden Seals. He picked up the wicket of Ryan Patel. 429 for 6. Neither Sykes nor Clark have opened their account, so the arrears are 6 runs.
Do you know what I really like about Jaden Seals? Is he keeps running in for you.
Yes, he does.
So you know, the overseas has kept running in on a pitch, as we say, is very good for batting. But he seems to give it absolutely everything.
I would completely agree, and I think it's everything. I think Jaden is everything you want from an overseas. You know, he's only here for 5 games. He's not over here just to coast through and get himself fit for the, you know, whatever. He's here to win games for Sussex, and he's been excellent, as well as being a very nice man as well.
Well, that's
which helps
half the battle.
Just very briefly, raining at Derby. and raining at Old Trafford as well. So there is rain around, but fortunately not so far in this part of this neck of the woods.
Round the wicket then comes Ollie Robinson to Ollie Sykes. Always first runs. Ollie Sykes. And down towards the third man boundary rope it goes. So first runs for Ollie Sykes. So he's off the mark with a couple. And Surrey are 431 for 6. So his first runs in Championship cricket for Ollie Sykes. And Surrey 19 runs away from maximum batting point, and also now 4 runs away from drawing level with Sussex. Robinson's in, Sykes is forward. As I say, he's a left-hander. Pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run.
Ian and Heather from Kemp Town have been in touch. They said they spent the first 3 days at the game. They can't make it today, but they ran into Churchill all 3 lunch breaks.
Oh, yes.
And his magnificent
lovely
moustache.
So, well, very nice. I thought you said Cape Town there. I thought they've got back there very quickly. Where are they?
Kemp Town.
Kemp Town.
Yes.
Well, it's lovely to see them every lunchtime. As round the wicket goes Robinson, and this one's left alone by Sykes. Outside is off stump.
They go on to say lots of movement this morning. Is a result still possible? Question mark. Hi to all the Wadies from Burgess Hill and all our friends in the So Legal Lounge, which is round to our right hand side. So good morning from Ian and Heather to those of you who may or may not be listening in the So Legal executive suite, it says there.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Don't we get in there sort of percolated coffee or something, Church? I don't know.
Oh, that or
Pastries?
legal advice. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Sykes, a taker by Simpson, moving away to his left-hand side.
Email from Tracy Ayres. Hello, Tracy.
Hello, Tracy.
She says, we're just pondering, why are the county championship matches just 4 days long? I presume it's because of a packed-out summer, and it wouldn't really be feasible to play over 5 days. But if you could go to 5, sure, it would make it more likely to get a result other than a draw. Keep up the great work. Enjoying the coverage, says Tracy from Devon.
Thank you, Tracy. Yes, I think if you added an extra day on to every championship match, as this one's left alone by Sykes outside his off stump, I actually think you'd have players resigning because there's so much cricket anyway. But I see what. Funny enough, one of the comments that you hear at certain times of a championship season, when you sort of get to the final afternoon of a championship game, you say, "God, this would be a good test match with a day to go tomorrow." But you cannot fit in any more cricket, Tracy.
Unless, of course, they reduced it. But
Yes, I'm not even sure that would really do the trick. As Robinson's into Sykes, and Sykes again, solid looking defensive shot, just pushes this one straight out towards extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over, 431 for 6 then. Sykes has 2, and Jordan Clark is yet to get off the mark.
lovely to hear from Tracy, though. Thank you for your email. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's the address that Richard Hyde in Eastbourne has sent an email to. Hello, Richard. He says, the floodlights, from your interview with John Philby last season about the decision not to use the floodlights. The floodlights were, I believe, the first erected at a county ground and consequently are now the oldest. They are sodium-stroke gas bulbs as opposed to LEDs used nowadays and take a while to warm up. The cost of operating them is about £130 per hour, but when turned on need to be left on as in come seals, bowls, let go outside the off stump by Clark, low run. They need to be left on to cool down before they can be turned on again. Expect them to be left on all day because of this.
Well, right, but absolutely. Then that's fine, because if the conditions don't change, then if the sun came out and there was blue sky,
You'd have to turn them off.
you'd have to turn them off. And actually, it was when they first went out there this morning, you didn't really need the lights on.
Seals in bowls. Clark works us down to third man, picks up his first run. 432 for 6. The arrears is now 3.
But as I say, whether it's got anything to do with the lights on, there's been a bit more there.
There has.
And if it stays like this, they'll have to stay on. So Surrey actually won't mind seeing them staying on.
The cost upgrade to LEDs runs into a couple of £1 million, not at the top of the priority list last season. If you bump into John Philby, he may confirm the position with the 100 money. So that's from Richard. So that was what was said to me, and Richard's clearly transcripted that from an interview I did last year with the chairman, John Philby. In comes Seals, bowls, Sykes drives, not where he intended, but he gets a single out to deep mid-wicket.
Well, I hope everyone will forgive me for this, but when you're sort of doing your stats and everything ahead of the game, the one thing I don't do is look at the type of bulbs that are being used in the floodlights. But that's very good information.
It is.
And of course at New Road, they've still got no floodlights.
No, they haven't.
At New Road.
4.33 for 6. Sykes goes to 3. Brings Jordan Clark. He's a big, strong fella, is Jordan Clark.
Strapping,
yeah, but sort of lock forwardish. In comes Seals, bowls. Clark is right in behind that, plays it down the track, and there is no run. Hiya, Churchy and Adrian, says Zara. Hello, Zara. Looks like we're getting another draw here, which will be Surrey's 3rd of the season. In the first game, they did well to draw at Chelmsford. Last week, Hampshire did well to get a draw. This week, it seems to be a road. I know you discussed the draw yesterday and how the format seems to encourage it. Well, what else would you do? The number of points for a draw could be reduced as it has been before. But is there some merit in the idea of giving counties bonus points for producing wickets that get results? In comes Seals over the wicket, bowls down the leg side as an appeal, but that he flicked off the pad, I think, through to Simpson. No run. Not quite sure how you can implement it, but perhaps bonus points at the end of the season, depending on the percentage of games, perhaps excluding highly rain-affected ones, on a surface that ended in a result. I know there is the argument that some parts of the country get worse weather, but you could only include games that get a certain amount of overs bowled. Just a thought from a fan who would like to see a few more results. It's a great email, Zara, and I think it is one of the criticisms that we are seeing too many draws. How do you get away from that? So, no, it's an interesting suggestion. As Seals is in and bowls, and he's hit on the pad is Jordan Clark. The ball bounces onto the leg side. One more to the total, which means the arrears at the end of the over are now 1 run. 434 for 6. Sykes 3. Clark on 1.
And the other thing I would add to that is, and Jim Troughton spoke to Kevin Howes at the first game of the season, where not a lot happened at Chelmsford, and for the grounds stuff as well. I'll mention the weather again. You know, those. Leading up to the season, and then we had 2 weeks of unbroken sunshine. It's not easy for the ground staff with that. You know, in April, I'm sure they would have probably liked a little bit of rain and get something into the pitches. But Surrey know this is what's going to happen when they go away from home. It's to negate the Surrey attack. But what can happen with that is you end up with a lot of draws. Here is Robinson. Hello. Ooh. That's climbed. That's very well played by Jordan Clark. But I'll say it again. There's been enough there this morning just to keep everybody's interest in this. But that was very well played by Jordan Clark.
Well, another one here from Keith saying one option would be to have the option of extra sessions if weather intervenes, or scrap the 100. He says, well, that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
And one thing I can tell you is there isn't going to be extra cricket, as Robinson is in, and this is pulled by Jordan Clark down towards long leg. So the scores now, Surrey are at parity with that. So next run, Surrey will be in the lead.
Yeah, so basically Surrey have taken 34 overs less than Sussex to reach the full 35, exactly 34 overs. And a lot of that was down to Dan Lawrence yesterday.
And Seals and Robinson have bowled nicely this morning, but they can't probably keep going until lunchtime. As Robinson, round the wicket he comes to Sykes, driving firmly straight to cover, and there is no run.
Nice email from Stephen, who says, hi team, could you give a shout out to some of the backroom staff at Sussex Cricket today? Luke Dunning, who is my son, is one of them who's analysing the game from the players, says Stephen.
Oh, very good.
I think lots of great work, Luke, and all these analysts do these days around the counties. Yeah, they do.
Huge role now.
Got to concentrate as well when you're doing all
you have,
you know.
and they come up with some little gems throughout the season, and provide players with what they want. It's a big role now. As over the wicket he goes. Robinson switches to over the wicket, and Sykes trying to play this late. It just rolls away down towards the third slip position. There's no run.
I heard Samuel Mills on a BBC podcast this week talking about some of the statistics that they get, and he said for T20 matches everyone gets a pack that they send out of. So it might be, Church likes one sort of pitched up on the off stump, and don't bowl short because it'll hook you into the stands for 6 or whatever it is.
Matchups.
Yes,
There's
totally.
all the matchups now. As over the wicket once again is Robinson, and this is pushed again by Sykes down into the offside, and there is no run.
No, there's a huge amount of work goes into into who players' weaknesses, and you say matchups, etc., and who should bowl the first 6 overs, and all sorts of information.
Yeah, so it's a very important job.
Terrell was saying that not every, that gets sent out to the players. They don't have to read it.
Robinson. Over the wicket he comes, and flashing at this is Sykes, and it flies over the slip cord and whistles down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So Surrey are into the lead, 439 for 6 they are, and 11 runs away from maximum batting points. But pretty safe shot from Sykes. Just went hard at it, flew over the slip cordon, and away for 4. I know a lot of players from yesteryear that would have, I know what they would have done had they been handed in the analyst and stat sheet.
Yes, I can't imagine that Surrey and both of them would have been taking too much notice of the stat sheet, do you?
No, I think he would have swapped it for the wine list, probably, wouldn't he?
But it's got a place in the modern game. So
It
well done
certainly has.
Well done to Luke and all those who work so hard. In comes Seals, full toss, driven by Jordan Clark, sliding save by Jack Carson, extra cover, and there is no run.
Well, I think you can get a degree in it now. And I know at Cardiff Met Uni, they've got a huge course in sports analytics.
Right.
It's a massive thing now in all sports.
Yeah.
In all sports.
Yes, I think it's sort of football and rugby now, don't they? Sort of, if you run a certain distance and you get taken off, and
I know that sort of iPads for players and their opposite number and all that good stuff.
Seals in, bowls. Oh, well, that was short, and Jordan Clark attempting to pull the ball, whistled through into the gloves of John Simpson. It smacked into the gloves of Simpson. But there has definitely, for my money, been more bounce here today for the seamers, and a bit more movement as well. And as Churchy says, whether that's due to the lights or the overhead skiddies, there's a bit of, it's not really, it's just sort of low cloud. Maybe very good bowling
conditions.
conditions.
This morning when I came from Kent, there
Was
was
there?
fog on the motorway.
Yes.
Not on the Tyne,
No.
on the motorway.
Actually, going home last night, I saw a sign that said fog.
Yes.
Seals is in, bowls, and Clark leaves that up with a load into the gloves of Simpson, and there is no run. Jordan Seals has a little look at Jordan Clark, and there is no run.
Yeah, so they've been out there an hour now, and you've got to respect the bowlers as well. And Robinson and Seals have bowled nicely this morning.
Yes, what was it? 390 for 6, 390 for 3 at the close. So Surrey have added 49
this morning in an hour.
Yeah. Well, still a lot of cricket to be played in this. 82 overs after this over. The Seals is in. Bowls. Oh, that's a good thing. That moved in as well to Jordan Clark. Played down the onside. Oh, now Jaden Seals has just felt his left ankle then. Please don't be injured, Jaden. He just bent down there. Let's hope that was nothing to worry about. He's just looking at the footholes there as he wanders back to his mark.
Because he may have just slipped a touch on
Yeah.
Jaden Seals, but he's bowled nicely this week. He's bowled very well in the game.
Here comes the most popular man in Hove.
Thank you very much. Very, very kind. Thank you.
Mr. Burnett brings in the
Yes.
press and media food voucher.
Absolutely.
Seals in again, bowls. That's right in the unmentionables.
Oh, no.
That is very, very. He's absolutely prostrate. Oh, he's lying. He's absolutely caught him in a very, very painful area. Poor Jordan Clark. He's just collapsed and he's writhing with agony on the pitch. That is very, very painful. I heard that from here. He's got his hands covering his face. That and Jaden Seals, to be fair, goes straight down. And I mean, sometimes in those situations, players tend to look the other way. But today, players are gathered round. That is mighty, mighty painful.
Well, he's a tough boy, is Jordan Clark, but that has absolutely smashed him in the unpronounceables.
I won't be surprised if that hasn't broken the box, actually.
Well,
you could hear that from here.
Yes, but what?
Ouch.
I never know what the physio does at this point, really.
Well,
but
all the Sussex boys are gathered round, sort of looking.
They may look away if he sort of pulls his trousers down. But the first thing to check is that everything's where it should be.
Oof.
And as I say, he's a tough old boy, is Jordan Clark. But yes, that really was bullseye, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Boxed him.
Yeah, I mean, we heard that, and generally speaking, when that happens in a game of cricket, it's something that does happen, and people just don't mention it at all. But actually, you could see the Sussex lads, and Jaden Seals straight away looked as if to say, "Oh, crumbs, that's not." You heard that from here.
Yes, and it was a resounding thump.
Yes.
Into the.
Yes, it was sort of like wasn't it?
Abdominal guard of Jordan Clark. But as I say, he is a very tough customer, is Jordan Clark. And what was that lovely quote from Bumble in a test match when I think he got hit by
Thompson or Lilly?
Yeah, and then the physio's run out and he's going to go, if you could get rid of the pain but keep the swelling, that would be excellent. So I think I never know what the poor physio has to do at that point, because it's sort of, yeah.
I think all you can do is probably offer comfort and...
Yes, a few words of comfort and a drink.
I'm a little concerned here about Jaden Seals, because he's now signalling to the dressing room for someone to come on, and I think he's favouring that left ankle, you know. He pulled up in the previous delivery, then he bowled that delivery that struck Jordan Clark in the unmentionables, and he's now asking for the 12th man to come on, I think. I don't want to be alarmist, but he definitely went down and felt his ankle.
Yeah, well, he may have felt his ankle, and also thank goodness I wasn't Jordan Clark. I didn't bowl that delivery to myself. He's probably thinking as well.
Yes.
So Jordan Clark's okay.
Well, if I was Jordan Clark, well, crumbs, I wouldn't be keen to get in the way of this one. Seals is running in. Bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken by Simpson. Well, Jaden Seals ran in hard for that delivery, but I think he's going to now go off the field. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. And but I think the 12th man is coming down the pavilion steps. It is the end of the over. 4:39 for 6, so the lead is 4, and Jaden Seals gets his jumper and he goes off.
Yeah, but he's bowled, I think this would be anyway, he's bowled a long spell this morning, so he can get off now. And
just hope he's okay, Churchy.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. I think he's just felt something in that left ankle, and nothing dramatic. I think, look at him. He's virtually sprinting.
He's
virtually sprinting
off.
off.
Good.
So, but also he's bowled very nice this morning. He's picked up a couple of wickets. He was probably coming to the end of his spell anyway. I like that. I like that from you. With the next ball for Jordan Clark. Yes, the one thing I would say is he wouldn't have been playing that ball with what he played the previous ball with. He'd be definitely trying to get out of the way of it or use his bat, as Robinson is beating the edge of Ollie Sykes' bat, and that is taken by Simpson, moving away to his left-hand side.
Charles has been in touch. He says, hello to Adrian and Churchy from Charles walking around Dulwich Park. I'm wishing I was down with you in Hove. I suspect that Churchy is correct in that counties are desperately trying to find a way to blunt Surrey's attack. Sadly, that means we've probably seen 3 draws already. I hope that Big Lee and the team can produce some wickets at the Oval that produce results.
Yeah, I think again for them last week, as Robinson is in and left alone by Sykes, it's the weather that we've had.
Makes it difficult.
Well, it does, because, you know, the first game at Chelmsford, the pitch was really dry. But it's April. It's sort of the weather you want in mid-July, and it turned up in April.
I'm not sure if we're doing an update or not. Here comes Robinson, bowls to Sykes, beats him outside the off stump. There is no run.
Oh no,
No,
we just had an update of this game, which was very handy. Very, very handy.
Final message from Charles says, how was Margaret's fruitcake yesterday?
It was
yeah,
excellent.
thank you, Margaret. Lovely fruitcake, which we were brought up the second cake of the season, which was thoroughly enjoyed by those in the press box, especially Bruce Talbot sitting next to us. He enjoyed his fruitcake, didn't he? So well done, everybody. Thank you, Margaret. In comes Robinson. Bowls, Sykes doesn't time that at all. It's fielded by Clark at sort of third slip on the bounce, and there is no run. So thank you, Charles. Walking around Dulwich. I don't know Dulwich Park. Do you know Dulwich Park, Churchy?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Is it?
Yes. Yes, it's very
flowers
nice.
out. A few bluebells are beautiful. I don't know if you get bluebells there, but
It's big.
is it?
Dulwich Park, yes. Very big, actually.
Is there a cricket ground in the middle? Or?
Oh, I don't know that bit.
Right.
No, I don't know that
Okay.
bit.
Right.
I think you go past it on the train.
Do you?
don't You walk
Well,
past
what if there's a
parts
pond
of
or
it.
something?
Oh, I'm sure there's a pond.
In comes Robinson. Down the hill, bowls, and Sykes is into line, pushes it into the covers. There is no run.
I'm not saying it's the law that you have to have a pond in a park, but most do. Haynes is getting another standing ovation there as he touches the ball.
He does. Oh, I'm going to speak to Tom Haynes about that afterwards. Dean over in Cambodia is sitting in his shorts. He says, I'm enjoying the commentary. You may or may not be aware that the screen has been going grey for the last 3 days and getting worse. It's not spoiled the game. I know the lads have had a couple of issues with the stream, but hopefully you can still hear us loud and clear, Dean, in Cambodia. Or bowled Robinson wide of the off stump, taken by Simpson. But a good spell this morning by Lee Robinson. Maiden over. He has bowled 28 overs, 6 maidens, taken 2 for 111. Surrey are 439 for 6. It means they lead by 4. We've still got another 81 overs to be bowled in the day.
Look, it might be that Surrey now, because Sussex have bowled well at them this morning, they haven't got away from them this morning, that Surrey made that till lunch and then pull the plug then.
Or could a thought be that... Oh, well, I've got the change of bowling. Here's a thought. So does Surrey get to 450, get their maximum points, pull out, and then just decide to have a bowl?
Yeah, well, yes, that is
While the
other
lights
one.
are on
That's the other one. They'll have noticed what's going on. They really will have done. And probably now's a good time to be bowling rather than batting. But we'll see. But I still think there's a lot of cricket to be played today as Hudson Prentice into the attack then, and Jordan Clark's driving straight back at Finn Hudson Prentice, who gets something in the way of it, and it rolls away into the leg side, and there is no run. So we're in the 102nd over of this Surrey innings. I'm sure, actually, have we, and we should have done, got back out there last night, Surrey would have probably batted this morning for 40 odd minutes, but sadly we didn't get back out there yesterday. As here goes Jordan Clark driving out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total, but 2 things. Seals and Robinson bowled well this morning, and there's been a little bit more happening with the ball this morning.
There is.
But the other thing is that with the wicket of Ryan Patel, second bowling point, of course, for Sussex. The bonus points for Sussex at the moment are 5, and for Surrey 6.
Yeah.
But they are 10 runs away from 0.7. Just a gully for Finn Hudson Prentice coming into Ollie Sykes on 7, and Sykes clips this firmly through the leg side. That's a good looking shot from Ollie Sykes, and they will pick up 1. They may come back for 3. No, they decide 2 will do.
Very good.
So 2 will do, as the throw was straight over the top of the stumps.
It's Tom Clark out
Yes,
there.
it was very good work in
Yes, he's a good
front of
fielder. It's Tom Clark.
the Spen Karma Pavilion.
Very quick around the outfield.
As Hudson Prentice turns again. Over the wicket he comes, and this is turned into the leg side, and there's no run. I think you're over here.
No, I don't
know.
I don't think so. I think I was commenting on Ollie Robinson
That's right,
the
you
last
were,
day.
yes, that's
so that's all right. Talk about Ollie Robinson. Ollie's daddy Ian's been in touch about making games, getting more results cricket. I'll give you Ian's idea in a couple of moments' time. So I think we'd all like to see results, wouldn't we? You can get good draws, but we want to see more results, really.
As Hudson Prentice is
Shot.
in driven
Oh, well fielded.
by Sykes, and Hudson Prentice does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
So Ian says limit the first innings to a set number of overs, say 90. That would allow a second new ball in the first innings, but also tricky end of the day sessions for the opening batters. There's another suggestion.
Another suggestion?
So, yeah, I mean, I quite like that.
Yes. Well, I'll go back to my... I've never really liked bonus points anyway.
No.
As over the wicket comes Hudson Prentice. Daddy's pulled firmly by Ollie. Sykes, and a little bit of a misfield, but throw comes in and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. And 443 for 6. And the nonsense of 450 for 5 batting points. And the only reason that was done was because of the way England were playing back then. So, yeah, I've never really thought much of bonus points because, is it the case? I suppose it still is really, but Championship cricket, you're trying to get players who play Test match cricket, and it's sort of meant to replicate a Test match, and there aren't bonus points in a Test match.
Ollie Robinson is carrying on down the hill from the Cromwell end and bowls to Sykes, who works this through backward point and picks up a single to Sykes. He goes to 11, 444 for 6. This is the... we started this morning with 86 overs gone. We're now on to 102. So what's that, Churchy? 16 overs this morning.
So he's into his 9th.
So he's into his 9th over on the spin.
Spell, this.
It is a good spell.
Good
yeah.
spell.
Yeah, 9th over of the morning.
Good to see this.
A couple of overs ago, he seemed to have a natter, didn't he, to John Simpson. We thought perhaps Ollie Robinson's coming off, but he's...
No, he's bowled very nicely this morning.
2 for 112. He's in his 29th over. Comes down the hill, bowls to Jordan Clark, and Clark is forward to a ball that would have hit middle and off.
Yeah,
Played down the track, no run.
It's what I was saying with Seals. He's just put in a shift in here for Sussex, is Ollie Robinson. It slowed Surrey down this morning, and his captain will be happy with this from Robinson.
Wheels round at the far end of the ground. There's a slip. The only close field. There's a deep gully as Robinson is in bowls. Clark hammers that away. Well, it went in the direction of Tom Clark, who's in that position. He's almost backward point, sort of gully backward point. He's neither one nor t'other, really. But the ball whizzed away down to the third man boundary for 4 runs in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, just let it hit the bat, didn't he? And from that height with Robinson, just a little bit on offer there, and it just let it hit the bat, and it absolutely sped off to the boundary rope. So that'll get rid of the gully now.
Yes, he's going down to third man. Clark to 7. That's Jordan Clark, not Tom Clark. Robinson in, bowls. Oh, he's hit again. He's been caught. That's the second time he's been hit. He was hit by Jaden Seals right in the unmentionables. And now Ollie Robinson has done similarly. Now, it wasn't such a sickening crack on this occasion, but he's now on his knees, Jordan Clark. He sort of gets to his knees, thinks, why me? Oh, Ollie Robinson is just marching back to his wife. Whereas Jaden Seals, everyone gathered round and had a fair amount of sympathy. That's normally not what normally happens. And well, he's back on his feet, Jordan. He's a tough northern lad, isn't he?
He really is.
Robinson in again, bowls. Oh, John Clark gets a thick inside edge down to James Coles, who comes herring in from deep backward square leg. And it's just a single. Is that the end of the over? No, one more ball to go.
Good at box he's got there, isn't he? I don't know whether it's made of reinforced steel or something.
Well, he needs to be.
Oh, dearie me.
449 for 6, so the lead is 14. And it just could well be an interesting afternoon here, you know. Robinson wheels around. Sykes waits. Slipping a gully in place. Robinson in. Bowls. Sykes works this one into the gully region where Tom Clark does the fielding. End of Ollie Robinson's over. He has bowled 29 overs, 6 maidens taken, 2 for 117. Surrey are 449 for 6 with Sykes on 11, Clark on 8. One more run needed for Surrey to secure what will be their 5th batting bonus point, and a total of 7 points in all. So if this game ends in a draw, they will end up with 15 points from the match. Sussex will end up with 13 points in the match. But we've still got a fair amount of cricket to be played here today.
Well, yeah, still 79 overs today, which is a lot of cricket. Hudson Prentice from the sea end is into Jordan Clark, who's forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. And Robinson shining the ball up mid-on. Sweeper on the cover rope, 2 men back on that leg side boundary. Deepish backward point. There's the short mid wicket for Hudson Prentice. Coming into Jordan Clark, and Clark turns him into the leg side. That'll be the single that takes Surrey to 450. So that's maximum batting points for Surrey. So 450 for 6. A lead of 15 runs for Surrey. Robinson continues shining the ball up there with the martlets on his jumper. I remember the martlets jumper in one day cricket where they just had the one martlet in the middle. He's round the wicket once again. Hudson Prentice. Oh, this is a good shot from Sykes, because he's played this very late. Has Ollie Sykes. And that has sped to the boundary rope for 4. He's just played it very late through a gully region. 2 men out there, and that really did rattle away to the boundary. Sykes on to 15 from 25 deliveries.
Colin Robinson is pointing out there that he's standing in front of us here at mid-off. Let's break off.
Hudson Prentice round the wicket to Sykes. Sykes forward. Just plays it away out to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Sykes will move on to 16 for 55 for 6, Surrey.
He's got his hand. He's suggesting to John Simpson that Tom Haynes is in the wrong position there at deep backward point. He should be a bit squarer. But they won't need to worry about that now, because it's the right-handed Jordan Clark who's on strike. It's getting a bit brighter, Churchy.
It is. It is getting a bit brighter. But this is what we had at the start of the
Yes, it is.
And the
It
lights were on then. As Hudson Prentice is into Clark. Good looking shot, won't get a run. Driven straight up to mid-off. But yes, these were the conditions when we got underway with the lights on.
Yes.
And I think they'll have to stay on all day now, as our emailer said, unless of course the cloud breaks and there's some beating down here at Hove. As Hudson Prentice turns again, comes in over the wicket to Clark. Oh, clever. He's just opened the bat up and guided that over the top of slip and away down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Now, there are gloves being brought out for Sykes, and he's getting rid of his short sleeve sweater, and there may just be a little message as well with the towel with Cameron Steele and drinks. But on to 13 goes Clark. Sykes has 16, and Surrey are 459 for 6, so that is a lead now of 24.
I wonder if the message might be just try and step on the accelerator.
This is good from Robinson though. This is a 10th over of this spell.
Yeah, it is.
So he's putting a shift in here for Sussex. Surrey would have probably talked about, we talked about it yesterday, get through his first spell.
He's coming into bowl to Sykes. Oh, he beats him with a beauty outside the off stump. Sykes with a play and a miss. He was rather rooted to his crease there, was young Ollie Sykes.
But Robinson looked the most dangerous bowler on that second evening because of his height and that he's used to coming down the slope from the Cromwell Road in. And Surrey's chat yesterday would have been, can we get him into a 3rd, 4th spell? But this is 10th over this morning from Robinson.
And he's in again. Bowls to Sykes, who he's played that one. I'm not sure he really intended it to go. He's looking to thump that away through backward point. He's edged it down towards third man. Nonetheless, he's picked up a boundary as Sykes, he goes to 20. And Surrey to 400 and 63, isn't it? Yeah, sorry, I couldn't make out the digit on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I think Sykes there is, Robinson gets that bounce. As long as he gets enough bat on it, it's going to fly.
It is. Robinson again, bowls, Sykes drives. That's a nice looking shot into the covers, but straight to Ollie Carr. Sorry, Finn Hudson-Prentice, there is no run. Elsewhere around the country, Yorkshire 199 for 5, leading Durham by 79. Couple of wickets there for Matthew Potts. I like Matthew Potts.
Yes.
Good bowler.
Good bowler.
Worcestershire 260 for 9, needing 35 to beat Essex. The way Worcestershire go, you wouldn't bet against them.
Put it past
them. No, they're they've got this knack of putting results out of the bag, haven't they? The draw at Somerset in the opening round of matches. Robinson in, bowls to Sykes, who plays uppishly down the ground, and Ollie Robinson stops and gives Sykes a stare. And there's
again,
no run.
I think with that one, he almost played it as if he was trying to whip that, was Sykes, but I think it just stopped on him a touch again, and we saw that with Dan Lawrence in Robinson's first over.
Yes. Robinson again, wheels around, comes in a bowl, and he's nudged, and he's he's picked up a single as Sykes. It was to John Simpson's left. Difficult to see whether he got a hand on that.
Definitely did.
Yeah, so it was a chance that's gone down.
Tough one, but Simpson's quality, he feel he probably should have taken that.
Well, it's 2 catches that Ollie Robinson's had put down. They put down Dan Lawrence yesterday. And George Thomas, a straightforward catch at fine leg. And a chance that cost Sussex a lot of runs.
I felt for Thomas there.
Yeah.
Because then he came straight off and Haynes came straight back on.
He did. Anyway, Robinson in. Bowls right up in the block hole. Jordan Clark plays that to mid-on. They pick up a single. It is the end of the over. 465 for 6. Sykes on 21, dropped on 20. And Jordan Clark on 14.
Yep, when those two get together for a little natter. So Ollie Sykes in his second championship game. 21 not out from 31 deliveries.
I should know the name Ethan Brooks. Now, where do we know Ethan Brooks? Where was he playing? 'Cause he's playing for Worcestershire this season.
Yeah, Brooks was...
He's 82 not out in for Worcestershire.
Was he not a Warwickshire?
Who's Ethan Brooks?
Was he not a Warwickshire?
I think he might have been.
Have a little look that one up, because obviously the other Ethan Bamber is now at Warwickshire.
Yes, he is.
Middlesex. I wonder. I think Ethan Brooks might have been at Warwickshire.
Yeah, Ethan Brooks, born in Solihull.
We've got
James Coles.
Coles into the attack with his left arm spin, replacing Hudson-Prentice. He's going to bowl this flat and quick, I would have thought, because he's got the long boundary to defend with the right-hander on strike. He's in, and here goes Jordan Clark looking for the slog sweep, and he's LBW. But it's good bowling, because, as I say, on here he was going to bowl it flat and quick, and Jordan Clark down on one knee, looking for that short leg side boundary, missed it. I think it hit his back leg, and the finger went up from umpire Debenham. So 465 for 7. Clark goes for 14. Bowled nicely this morning, Sussex. And Ollie Sykes, 21 not out. So Surrey lead by 30. And Gus Atkinson will make his way down the steps and out into the middle. So Gus Atkinson, who of course last summer made his maiden first-class 100 in a test match at Lord's, which is just greedy, really, all round, isn't it? But he's strolling out to the middle now, and 465 for 7. Surrey. whirling his arms is Gus Atkinson. That was nicely bowled by Coles. I think he's got to bowl it flat, really, with the right hander on strike, because then we saw a bit of it yesterday that they go through the offside, but what Jordan Clark was trying to do there was go to that short leg side boundary. It was perfectly understandable. He just missed it.
So the lead is what, 30? It doesn't sound hugely significant, but we're saying the ball just seemed to have done a little bit this morning with these floodlights on, and Coles in again. I think Atkinson clips to a deep square leg. I think it's your over, Churchy. I'm sorry.
Indeed. No, that's absolutely fine. I think the one thing we do know is that Sussex are not going to sort of go hell for leather themselves. So what it'll be is Sussex batting the rest of today. That is what it would be. It may, if Surrey bowl really well, really well, it could be that Surrey have a bit of a chase in the last session. That's not out of the question. Coles is over the wicket to Sykes, who looks to cut, beats the outside edge of the bat. And that's nicely taken by John Simpson. Sykes waits again. This one is clipping firmly, but straight into Ollie Robinson. I tell you what Sussex have talked about is the way that Surrey went about it with the ball. And they're doing exactly that. This has been much better today, hasn't it, this morning? There's been a bit more there, as this is beating the edge of the Sykes cut shot, but nicely bowled by Coles. End of the over, 466 for 7, Surrey.
Yes. Ollie Robinson peels off his sweater and he's going to bowl 11 in the row. This has been
good, because he is putting a shift in.
He is. He really is.
For his side. And as I say, with any bowler, if you're batting, you say, can we get them into a third, fourth, fifth spell? Now, obviously, he's had a break overnight, but this is what, his third spell?
Yeah.
In this innings, and now they've got him into this third spell, and he's bowling, he's into his 11th over.
And he's coming down the hill to bowl to Gus Atkinson, who edges that down to third man, fielded down in front of us by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. Very good morning, or very good afternoon, I should say now, wherever you're listening from. Listeners all around the world to our county cricket coverage. Adrian Harms, Mark Church with you on a grey morning at Hove, mercifully dry at the moment. The floodlights have been on since the start of play. And Ollie Robinson is coming down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Ollie Sykes. He's in and bowls, and Sykes belts that one into the covers. That's a good shot, but it's a good chase on that boundary. Brilliant piece of fielding. Very good indeed by James Coles, because Sykes would have thought was going to get it back. Now the throw comes in. Well, it was all action. First of all, lovely shot by Sykes. Thumped the ball through the covers. James Coles was round the boundary rope like a greyhound. Stopped the ball going over the ropes. Sent in the throw, which was well backed up by Tom Haynes and prevented an overthrow. The sum total of that was 3 runs to Ollie Sykes. He goes to 24, and sorry, to 470 for 7.
That was a wonderful piece of fielding. It was a very powerful shot as well by Ollie Sykes.
Ollie Robinson in, downhill bowls. Atkinson with a swing and a miss. Well, I think the intention was clear from Gus Atkinson there. He was stepped away, was looking to belt that one away through the offside. But again, good carry this morning through to John Simpson. He took that waist high. So Sussex have gone on the defensive here. They clearly know what's... they've got a third man, sweeper at point, 3 men saving one on the offside. Then on the leg side, there's a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. Robinson in again, bowls. Atkinson plays from the crease and without really moving his feet, plays it out into the offside, fielded by Haynes at mid-off. There is no run, no clapping this time. I wonder if they've stopped the clapping. Ollie Robinson is running back to his mark. Sussex all right on over rate?
Yes,
He was running, wasn't he?
Well, maybe
He was all just getting,
keeping his legs going,
Yeah.
because he's into his 11th over.
Comes in again. Bowls to Sykes, who again thumps this away through the offside. There's a sweeper out there who's James Coles. Doesn't have to move on this occasion, does James Coles? His mum was getting a coffee in the coffee shop this morning. Nice to see her. James Coles sends in the throw. One more to the total. Sykes on to 25, 474 for 7. Field changes over to right-handed Atkinson, but still largely defensive with those 3 men back on the leg side. Robinson already in bowls. Short, pulled away by Atkinson, and he picks up James Coles, who's in the action a lot in this over. Picks up a single, does Coles. Throw comes in, John Simpson can't take it cleanly.
Yeah, almost went to Coles because that came off the top edge of Gus Atkinson's bat.
Essex have beaten Worcestershire. Worcestershire bowled out for 266. So
Good ending to that game, though.
going to be there or thereabouts, Essex, aren't they?
Very much so. Very
You know.
good side. What would be interesting, though, is if Cook does play for England and they lose Cook to England.
Yes. Robinson in bowls. Oh, Sykes thumps that down the ground. It burst through Ollie Robinson's hands, and he's gone all the way up to the far end of the ground. And it's gone for about. He's not very happy, Ollie Robinson, about something. Not entirely sure what. He takes his cap. Just wait for the. Yes, Surrey 479 for 7 here, Alison. It's been a good morning as far as Sussex are concerned. They picked up 4 wickets. Dan Lawrence in the first over, with that adding to his overnight score for 117. Ben Folkes for 60, Ryan Patel for 24, and lastly Jordan Clark for 14. Ollie Robinson has bowled unchanged so far this morning for 11 overs. He's picked up 2 wickets, 3 wickets for Jayden Seales. Surrey 479 for 7. It means they lead here by 44 runs.
Coles with the first ball of the over from the C end, and it's pushed away by Gus Atkinson.
Was my
There is
maths
no
right?
run. Let Surrey now lead by 40.
I said 44.
Yes,
Good.
very good. As Coles is in, I don't know why you're asking.
Oh.
He's bowled Gus Atkinson with a full toss. Gus Atkinson has looked to launch that full toss through extra cover, and it's hit the inside edge of his bat and knocked his off stump out the ground. So Gus Atkinson's innings comes to a premature end there, I think it's fair to say. His eyes would have lit up. Coles has a second wicket, and it's 479 for 8. So
Actually, it's his third wicket, isn't it?
it's his second this morning.
Yes.
Yes, but his third in the
Isn't it?
innings.
Yeah. I didn't realise that.
And Seales is back out there as well. So
Oh, that's good.
news.
Yes.
So, yes, so Surrey lead by 44. And out comes Matt Fisher. But I think Gus Atkinson will be a little disappointed there. It's probably not the ball he was expecting, a big full toss. And as I say, his eyes would have lit up. And thick edge straight back onto his stumps. But Coles will take it.
Yes, he will.
And Matt Fisher makes his way out into the middle to join Sussex. He's worked very hard on his batting as Matt Fisher during the winter. So there's a cry from somewhere there on the field. Could get 5 here, Colesy. Well, he's got an opportunity to.
Matthew Fisher can bat.
Oh, he can, and he's worked really hard on his batting this winter as he's playing the first ball from the left arm spinner. Very respectfully straight back up the ground. And Coles does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. Coles is in again. Oh, he's bowled Fisher. Well, he is on for a 5 for hit, because Fisher has laid back to run that down to backward point, and it beats the edge of the bat. And Fisher has gone bowled by Coles without scoring. And they have a third bowling point as well. They've snuck in there, Sussex, in the 108th over. Third bowling point, 479 for 9.
Well, extraordinary morning, really. I mean, we've had 6 wickets this morning. Now, is that due to the flood? Has it been good bowling? Is it bad batting? I don't know. But it's
Well, I would say that Sussex have bowled
much better.
much better this morning, especially Seales and Robinson as a combination. And because of that, that's how Surrey bat. But now they do want to try and get on with this a bit, Surrey. And you saw that with Gus Atkinson trying to absolutely mow that full toss, and then Fisher there trying to be cute with his second ball. But this will be fun because Dan Worrell will make his way out to the middle. Now, the other thing to let's play spot the kit, because Dan Worrell has none of his own batting kit, so he just borrows everybody else's. So it'll be interesting to see what he's sporting today. And he never takes guard. He can bat, but he never takes guard.
Oh, right, I'm going to watch this.
And he also, in this situation, he does have a bit of a license as well.
Oh, let's watch. Let's make sure he's on.
So I'm just trying to work out whose kit he's borrowed as well now. But yeah, there he is. No guard. He'll just settle straight over his bat and off we go. So it's very refreshing. Here is Coles then to Worrell, and he drives at his first ball. It's a thick inside edge, and it runs out towards deep backward square. I'm just trying to see, because last week he sort of had, I think he had Sibley's gloves, I think he had a Smith bat, somebody else's pads, as Sykes comes back onto strike on 29. Coles is into him, and Sykes clips this one into the leg side. Oh, Robinson, great bit of work. Gets round quickly. One-handed pick-up and the flick at the stumps. And just the single. So 481 for 9. And if a wicket goes now, Sussex would have to bat for about 15 minutes before lunch.
Is Ollie Robson going to carry on those coming off?
Well, that has been a
good effort.
Yeah, he's put a shift in there for Sussex. 11 over spell, and actually, because of that, it means that Surrey haven't been able to sort of go out and play shots all round the park. So it's been a very, very good spell of bowling that from Ollie Robinson.
Judy Smith's been in touch. She says, "Hi Adrian, Richie Bello was on commentary and Adam Gilchrist suffered the same fate as Jordan Clark, getting hit somewhere very painful after a long interruption to the game and silence from the commentary box. Richie calmly pronounced, 'I think we may have a problem or two.'" Very good. Thank you, Judy. I'm sure it was far better coming from the great Richie Bello than me. "Thank you for your coverage," says Judy. "It's a pleasure." In comes Jack Carson, coming into bowl to young Ollie Sykes. He's in a bowl. Sykes with a heave down the ground. And he picks up a single. So the Surrey tactics have been very clear. Sykes goes to 31, 482 for 9.
Yeah, and the other thing here is, as I say, if Worrell were to stick one straight up in the air and Surrey out now, that'd be a horrible 10-15 minutes for Sussex before lunch.
Yes, it would. Dean over in Cambodia says, just coming back to the draws that we were talking about, in comes Carson bowls and Worrell works this through backward square leg and picks up a single. He goes to 2, 483 for 9. He says, "Don't draws show a well-balanced division?" Just a thought.
I know what he's hinting at. I don't think it does.
Carson, 4 men back on the leg side boundary. In the bowl, so shoots his feet, hammers that
Shot.
down the. I didn't see where that's gone.
That's gone for 4 in
Through
front
extra
of the
cover.
pavilion.
Yeah. Lovely shot by young Sykes. He goes to 35, 487 for 9. The lead is now 52.
Yes, it is indeed.
Which is
Handy.
Handy, yeah. You know,
Because it's going to take a bit of time for Sussex to get past
Get
that.
52.
So it buys you some overs to have a go at Sussex
it does,
as well.
yes,
So any they always say any lead's a good lead, don't they?
Yeah. Carson. In again, bowls. Sykes cutting firmly out to deep extra cover, fielded there by Tom Clark. Sykes goes to 36, 489 for 9. Dan Worrell on strike. Do you think he might have a big heave at this, Churchy?
Well, I think it'll be sensible with Sykes going okay at the other end.
Carson in again, bowls. Worrell, well, he plays a lovely shot actually.
He can bat.
Plays that to backward to deep point, fielded there by Daniel Hughes. Worrell goes to 3, 489 for 9. Of course, if we got to 10-2 and a wicket, then we wouldn't lose any overs as well.
No, exactly.
Carson in and bowls. So he drives firmly through the offside, picks up a single to long off.
The other thing I hate to break to everybody is Surrey are 9 down when we hit to lunch.
Oh, we might carry on.
We'll carry on for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, 490 for 9 with Sykes on 37. Worrell is on 3. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. Thank you for joining us. Myself, Adrian Holmes, alongside Mark Church. It's been a very enjoyable morning. We've seen a few runs. How many runs have we seen, Church? We've seen exactly 100 runs, and we've seen 6 wickets. So it's been all action.
Yep.
James Cole's looking for a fifer. Need to look up James's best figures in first-class cricket, actually. I'll have a look for those.
Well, he's got Sykes on strike. He's in here, Coles. And Sykes, has he got an edge on this? He has. He doesn't look best pleased. And Surrey are all out. It's a great catch from Simpson down the leg side. And Sussex will have to go out and have a bat before lunch. And Surrey have a lead on the board. Well bowled, Coles. Mr. Coles has picked up 5 for 108. Ollie Sykes, I thought, played pretty well there. 37. But Surrey all out for 490. So Surrey lead by 55.
They do. That makes the maths nice and easy, doesn't it? Yeah, 37 in 6. The sun has just started to glimmer across the ground, actually, but the floodlights are staying on. So the players make their way off. 5 wickets for James Coles. I'm just going to double check whether that's his best first-class return. Yeah, I think it is. Highest score 180. This is his best return was 3 for 27. I'm sure he's better than that. Oh, sorry, best 4 for 61 against Middlesex at Hove.
There you go.
So it's his they're his best bowling figures.
Yeah, good.
First
Good
fiver.
for him as well.
So well done, James.
Very good. And this is going to be a tricky little 10 minutes.
It is.
For Sussex.
It certainly is. So I think Churchy and I are just going to have a little breather for 5 minutes and grab a cup of tea.
Of course.
As the players make their way off the field. Dan Wall, is that Dan Wall straight out? He's got the pads off and he's straight out there. He fancies this.
They're not his, so, you know, he can throw wherever he likes, can't he?
Okay, we're going to have a cup of tea and back with you very shortly for the resumption of the match.
Returning to the field are match umpires Paul Pollard and Ben Devon. Custom is umpires will switch games, and then we'll do it with Cromwell Road and Paul Pollard at the Sussex. Please welcome back onto the field our visitors from Surrey, led by Captain Rory Burns.
Well, welcome back to Hove as the Surrey side make their way out, closely followed by Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes. The floodlights are still on. The light is actually better now than it's been probably all morning, and there's a glimmer of sunshine across the ground, but the floodlights are still on. I can still see some sort of lowish cloud over the downs, and the cloud has sort of swirled around, but as I say, it is brighter than it has been. But a tricky little session here for Sussex to negotiate, a lead of 55, but you can see the Surrey players sort of bouncing around in the outfield, and the ball has done a bit churchy here this morning. Sorry.
Under the lights.
Yes.
I did say sneakily and rather naughtily, Mr. Talbot next door. I said if Sussex walk out and the lights go off, there'll be an interesting discussion during the lunch break.
Well, Gareth Batty felt last night the light shouldn't have, that they should have played some extra time, and indeed Paul Farbrace agreed with that as well, that the umpires were very premature in calling an end to the day's proceeding. Oh, Ben Folks is doing some very athletic sort of Pilates.
It's not, I'm actually not sure I want to be sat in this position seeing this.
No, it is a little bit sort of downward dog he's doing.
Well,
Anyway, you go, Churchy.
Thank you very much indeed.
Interesting.
Right, so it's going to be down Gus Atkinson, apologies. Gus Atkinson. The umpires, of course, have swap ends, so to speak. So umpire Debenham is down there at the Cromwell Road end. A couple of slips in there. Coming into Haynes, and Haynes just gets turned a touch by that first delivery from Gus Atkinson. But for these 2-3 overs, Surrey will give it a bit of a go. And then, after lunch, they will give it a bit of a go. But interesting. A lead of 55 for Surrey. Not sort of the 150 that they were probably talking about last night, or even this morning, but that was due to Seals and Robinson. As in comes Atkinson, and first runs clipped very nicely by Tom Haynes through the leg side and away for 4. So on this pitch, anything that's on your pads, off the back of 174 in the first innings, we know that Haynes is in terrific form, and that was nicely played away through the leg side and away for 4. So that lead now down to 51 for Surrey. Sound of birds twittering around the ground as round the wicket goes Gus Atkinson. This will be cut for 4 by Haynes. This is good from Haynes. I think Sussex have to be positive here. I think Sussex have to be positive. What they cannot afford to do is get stuck at any point today. They did a little bit in the first innings, and they're not going to set Surrey a target. That will be one thing that won't happen today. As Haynes waits again. Atkinson into him, and Haynes lets this one go outside his off stump, then wanders off towards square leg. 8 without loss in the first over of their second innings. So Surrey ended up with 7 bonus points, 5 batting, 2 bowling, and Sussex have ended up with 6 bonus points. Now Morrell's getting stretched and warmed up down there at a deep backward square position, that short leg side boundary. That's Atkinson. Round the wicket he comes to Haynes. Haynes is forward, playing this one up the ground. Rory Burns, the captain, stood up there under his white floppy sun hat with his sunglasses on. So it's 2 slips, Sibley and Pope. Ollie Sykes at backward point. Made 37 with the bat today, did Ollie Sykes. Sound of a gull. You know, I was told just there's no such thing as a seagull. in pure
Yes,
bird
yeah.
knowledge. As round the wicket once again goes Atkinson. That's better. Left alone by Haynes. So 8 off the first over. And Dan Worrell throws his jumper to one side and then comes jogging up to get started from the sea end.
I suspect we may get 3 overs here before lunch. I say the light of the conditions are better now than they've been actually all day. The cloud there's a glimmer of sunshine across the ground. But it is going to be Dan Worrell. Rory Burns is making some suggestions about field placings. And he's going to be bowling to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. So Sussex with arrears to clear of 55.
Five Sports Extra with us.
Are they?
Yes. Before lunch.
So, an entertaining morning we've had here at Hove Church. Adrian Harms, Mark Church with you. Sussex starting their second innings in arrears by 55. They've cleared 8 of those as in comes Dan Worrell into bowl. Ooh, Daniel Hughes lets that go outside the off stump and taken by Ben Folkes low down. That was a brave leave, Churchy.
That was a brave leave, but it was a good leave in the end because his stumps are still standing.
They were. So the story of the morning, Surrey bowled out for 490. They had exactly 100 runs this morning. They began the day 390 for 3, but they lost Dan Lawrence in the first over of the day to the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 117. Ben Folkes followed shortly afterwards for 60. As in comes Dan Worrell over the wicket bowls, and Hughes tucks this one nicely onto the leg side. They've taken 1, chased back by Lawrence, but 1 is all they'll get, and Sussex go to 9 without loss. First runs for the Australian Daniel Hughes. Other than that, Ollie Sykes, the young left-hander, the only main contributor. He made 37. James Coles picked up 5 wickets for Sussex with his left-arm spin. Career best figures for him, 5 for 108, 3 wickets for Jayden Seales, 2 wickets for Ollie Robinson, who bowled 11 overs on the bounce from the Cromwell Road end, and bowled very well this morning. So the arrears for Sussex 55. We've got probably a couple. Well, this may be the last over before lunch. The floodlights have been on all morning, Churchy, and the ball has darted around more today than it has on either of the previous 3 days.
I'm not sure they should have been on all morning, but they have been.
They have. And they're still on now as Worrell is in. Bowls and Haynes drives pleasantly through the offside. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary in front of the clock tower scoreboard. Sends in the throw. That's Ryan Patel. 1 more to Haynes. He goes to 9. To add to his 174 he made in the first innings. And Sussex 10 without loss in the second over.
Yeah, and Surrey still feel they can win this game of cricket. And the way they batted yesterday prove that. We came off far too early yesterday and prematurely, so we lost probably 15 overs last night when we should have been out there playing cricket. But Surrey have a lead, and this is all about, can they put Sussex under some pressure here on what is still a good pitch to bat on.
Dan Worrell is in and bowls to Daniel Hughes, who's forward and defends out into the offside. There is no run.
As I said to you this morning, as we stood there doing our interviews last night, it wasn't raining and the light was getting better, and we played till 7:10 the previous day. So as a look, I have to say, from a cricketing point of view, it wasn't a great look.
No, it wasn't, and even Sussex supporters were saying that to me this morning as Dan Worrell is in. Over the wicket bowls to Daniel Hughes, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken low down by Ben Folkes with those green gloves.
There are times our lovely game does itself no favours, and that was one of those occasions last night, unfortunately. But this morning has been interesting, and I still think this afternoon there'll be a bit on this afternoon.
Now, will we get another over before lunch? The clock says 12:59 as Worrell makes his way in. Bowls to Daniel Hughes, who plays firmly onto the onside. There is no run. It is the end of Dan Worrell's over. He's bowled 1 over, it's conceded 2 runs. 10 without loss of Sussex. Haynes on 9, Hughes on 1. The digital clock says 12:59. Umpire Debenham is making his way towards the stumps. He gets there now, And that means we can have another
Yes,
over.
it does indeed. Slightly concerned. I may be having 4 cheeseburgers on the spin.
Oh dear.
Yes.
That's not good.
No.
Well, but you said they're very nice cheeseburgers.
Oh, they're extremely nice, but one every day is excessive, really. As it's going to be Gus Atkinson from the Cromwell Road end, coming round the wicket to Haynes, and Haynes is covering up and playing this one straight back up the pitch. Fielding's done there by Rory Burns, and they want Matt Fisher going a little squarer down to our left at third man. So he's sort of heading back towards the Spenkarma Pavilion. Near the museum is Matt Fisher as Gus Atkinson, Sussex 10 without loss, trail by 45, and that's turned Haynes round a touch, thickish edge, and it goes straight to where Fisher is. So they had him in exactly the right spot there, Surrey. One more to the total. So yes, he's down by the museum where, for listeners on 5 Sports Extra, Margaret, who is in the museum, working in the museum, I mean, sent us a very nice fruitcake yesterday, didn't she?
Very nice.
Very nice, and there's still a bit of it left, actually.
Surprising with the amount of press that are here.
Yes, indeed.
If there's any left at all.
Yes. So, very kind of Margaret, that. There in the museum. As Daniel Hughes waits for Atkinson. There's a bit more pace on that one from Atkinson, a bit more bounce into the gloves of folks away to his left as Hughes shoulders arms. Of course, bank holiday today, so bank holiday Monday, the long weekend. And interesting stuff out there in the middle here at Hove. Smattering of spectators around the ground. Ollie Pope's dog was here yesterday morning. It was all
Jackson.
It was all happening. As round the wicket goes Atkinson. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Again by Hughes. Not on its own, suffice to say.
No, Ollie Pope's dog looked very pleased to see him. I think it was with
that's
Ollie's
good.
parents.
That's
A beautiful golden retriever.
Yes.
He was very pleased. Ollie Pope came running over it. Obviously, well, it did wonders for Ollie's games. He scored a very good 100.
Yes, but the dog went home at lunchtime. So
right,
didn't
okay.
see him get to his 100 after lunch, unfortunately. But as I say, his dog didn't make its own way here and just sit in the stand. As round the wicket goes Atkinson.
Ooh, a bowled.
That beats Hughes' outside edge, but it's a no ball. We had a bit of this from Gus Atkinson in the first innings. 7 he bowled in total. And he's overstepped the mark on this occasion. And that will be 2 more to the total. So Surrey all out this morning for 490, picked up their maximum batting points, and that was a lead of 55. And Sussex have knocked 11 off that lead. Now, well, actually, is it not 13 without loss? Yes, it is 13 without loss. As round the wicket goes Atkinson. Oh, he's had a nibble at this one as Hughes, and then he sort of puts the bat behind his back. There, Hughes, as if to say, Daniel, do not be playing at those. Almost a sheepish look there from the Hughes. Played very nicely in the first innings.
Interesting, they've got 4 fielders on the boundary. Sorry, they're gonna make life difficult here for Sussex to score these runs.
Oh, this is what they'll do this afternoon as well. As Atkinson is in to Hughes, and Hughes will get a single. Just plays this one down towards Fisher once more. And I think that will be lunch. Yes, that will be lunch on this final day here at Hove. So Sussex 14 without loss, trail by 41. Haynes 10, Hughes 2, but an interesting afternoon ahead. Adrian Harms.
Certainly is. I think Sussex will be very pleased to have picked up those 7 wickets this morning, and the addition of another 100 runs, and certainly Ollie Robinson really bending his back from the Cromwell Road end, bowling 11 overs on the spin. James Coles picking up those 5 wickets, career best figures for James, and Sussex surviving those awkward little 3 overs before lunch. The floodlights are still on. The light is much better than it's been all day, but still a bit of cricket to be played here. As Churchy says, Sussex 14 without loss, looking to clear these arrears of 55. We can have a cheeseburger or 2, and we'll speak to you again at 20 to 2.
those seeking food and refreshments, we have a couple of outlets available. The long room in the Spectrum Pavilion is offering lunch at this time. Today's fare is salt and pepper chicken gyros with fried potatoes and red cabbage coleslaw. The club has our Sixes social cricket interactive net facility offering a wide range of drinks, hot and cold, and food, hot and cold, and that's situated behind the web change optimised shark stand in the southwest corner of the stadium. The next match here at the first Central County Ground is featuring the Sussex Sharks women's team, their first home game this season. In the Metro Bank 1-0 Cup against Yorkshire, the match starts at 10:30. A reminder too, there are some double header fixtures with women's and men's T20 matches throughout the season, so look out for those games too. Quick mention, an international is being hosted here at home. On Friday the 23rd of May, England women take on West Indies women under the floodlights with the match starting at 6:35. Tickets are available online or visiting our club box office next door to the main entrance to the stadium. Our new mobile retail unit replacing the club shop is now open, selling a range of Christian merchandise. That's also located behind the web change optimised shark stand, so why not pop along and take a souvenir of your visit with us today. And the Sussex Cricket Museum is now open during the break and play. It's situated by the Morris Tate Gates inside the main pavilion here on the west side of the stadium. Just one housekeeping item, and as a reminder, in the interest of all spectators, that smoking and vaping is only allowed in the perimeter road and strictly forbidden within the viewing and seating areas of the stadium. So lunch interval, returning in around 40 minutes time.
Lizzie Hammond was here the other day, and she said that I said, "Oh, well, they're getting all this money." And she said, "Deal's not signed yet, Adrian." And I said, "It's not signed. They get for this money that's coming to all the counties." She said the hello studio, just let you know I'm here. Yes, thank you, Alison. It's lunch here at Hove, where Surrey were eventually bowled out for 490 by Sussex this morning. That was a lead of 55. Sussex in their second innings are 14 without loss. Sussex bowled really well this morning. James Coles picking up career best figures of 5 for 108. 3 wickets as well for Jaden Sills. But with just 2 sessions left to go in this match, it looks very much to be heading towards a draw. But yeah, it's been chicken gyros. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Yeah, with fries as well. So no, enjoying it thoroughly.
Returning to the field are match umpires Paul Pollard and Ben Devon. Returning to the field are visitors Surrey.
Well, very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the umpires are out in the middle, the players are wandering out. The floodlights are off, which is a little surprising because over the lunch break it did get a lot brighter and the sun broke through, but that cloud has now closed in again. And I'm a little surprised that the lights I can see the umpires talking into their walkie-talkies, so maybe they're going to flicker into action. But certainly there was a little bit of movement this morning with this low cloud and the floodlights on, and I think probably Surrey might like the lights back on again. But at the minute, the umpires have decided not. So we shall wait to see what happens. Surrey all out this morning for 490. Just a reminder, 5 wickets for James Coles. A lead of 55. Sussex whittled that away by 14 at the lunch break, but still a little bit to do. But the umpires are just, are they sort of conferring or looking at each other?
No, not really.
No.
Well, I think all Surrey will say is these are the conditions that we had to bat in this morning with lights on. So why are they not on at the moment? They got turned off, and well, it's interesting. But we will see.
We will see.
But still, there's a lot of cricket to go here, and I think Surrey, yes, they came up against Seals and Robinson, who I thought bowled very well this morning.
Dan Worrell comes in, first ball after lunch, bowls to Daniel Hughes, who prods that one onto the leg side. There is no run. The field, there's a slip, a ring of 3 saving one, a third man, sweeper on the cover boundary. On the onside, there's a square leg, a mid-on, and a fine leg. As Dan Worrell wanders back to his mark, the light really isn't all that good, and maybe the ball will seam around a bit in these conditions. We shall see.
Yes, we will.
Worrell wanders back to his mark. He sort of walks at sort of quite a military pace, doesn't he? Worrell doesn't hang around, and he's already coming running into bowl. Over the wicket, bowls driven down the ground. Nice shot by Daniel Hughes. That's going to run away for 4 runs. Rory Burns gives that one up, and probably knew that was the case as soon as it went past him, because it rolled down the hill here at Hove, and once it gets down the hill, you've got very little chance of cutting it off. Most of the Surrey fielders have got
Well, that's the other thing.
long
It's
sleeve
got
jumpers on.
really cold.
Yeah.
When I walk round to get my sandwich from the pavilion, it's really cold out there.
Yeah.
The temperature's definitely dropped, and it's got very gloomy, and the lights are off.
In comes Worrell, bowls, and Hughes. I thought for a minute he dragged that onto his own stumps. Looking to drive the ball down the ground.
Well, we know the way Hughes will go about it. We saw it in the first
Yes.
innings. He'll look to be positive, and I think that's the way to go for Sussex. Look to be positive. Surrey have set their field up as they did on that second day. Make run scoring as hard as possible for Sussex.
In comes Worrell with the wicket. Bowls. Hughes defends into the offside. No run. It was pointed out to me at lunchtime. I was talking to someone around to the pavilion who said I should have mentioned more in commentary that Jack Carson hasn't bowled much in this match, and that would have been a big difference for Sussex yesterday if Carson had bowled more. Well, I mean, Jack has got a problem with the finger, which is why he hasn't bowled much in this game, and also he's been fielding in the outfield as well. So there may be something in that. But having said that, I thought the way that Dan Lawrence batted yesterday, I'm not sure it mattered who was bowling, really.
Sure young Mr. Carson would have been putting his hand up to have a bowl at the way Lawrence was going yesterday afternoon.
In comes Worrell. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Daniel Hughes. Is in and bowls, and Hughes is forward and plays into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, and I think for Carlson, he may have a little finger problem, but I think it was more that Dan Lawrence would have gone after him yesterday. So I think that was probably more of what it had to do with.
Worrell tosses the ball from hand to hand, wheels round and runs away from us. Just the one slip in place. He's in and bowls, and Hughes drives, and that's a very nice shot by Daniel Hughes for extra cover for 4. Beautifully played. He did that a lot in the first innings. He took rather a liking to Dan Worrell, and he's driven in for 2 boundaries in the opening over after lunch. So 22 without loss. Hughes and Haynes are both on 10 apiece. There's also been a no ball that was bowled by Gus Atkinson. If you're just joining us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to Live Cricket on the BBC. Final day of Sussex against Surrey. Adrian Holmes, Mark Church with you on commentary duties.
Yeah, and it'll be Gus Atkinson to continue. The other thing is, Carson would have been bowling predominantly at right-handers. That's the other thing. Now, the reason that Coles was probably favoured this morning is he's taking the ball away from the right-hander, whereas Lawrence will do some bowling here with all the left-handers for Sussex. As Atkinson is in to Haynes. Hello. Oh, it's a no ball again from Gus Atkinson, but Haynes really did go after that. And I'm sure that Sussex have talked about sort of getting stuck a bit in that first innings. So I think, you know, their best way of doing this on a pitch that is still good to bat on is to be positive. And Paul Farbrace probably has mentioned that in his chats before this second innings, I would have thought.
Yes.
Atkinson. Round the wicket he goes to Haynes, and Haynes is looking to lay back and cut this. Doesn't time it at all, and it potters out to young Mr. Sykes, who made, Ollie Sykes made 37 today. With the bat, played a couple of very powerful shots. And Lawrence is actually getting himself warmed up. Away there in front of the Spen Karma Pavilion. It may be that you see Lawrence as the first change from this sea end, with all left-handers at the top of the order. As round the wicket goes Gus Atkinson to Haynes, and Haynes is covering up, playing this one out towards cover. There is Dom Sibley to do the fielding, but it is very gloomy out there.
It is.
I don't know why the lights aren't.
No, it's certainly no brighter now than it was this morning.
I do understand all this stuff about them having to warm them up, and they cost a lot of money, but they probably should be on at the moment, because Surrey sort of had to bat under lights all this morning. As round the wicket goes Atkinson, and Haynes opens the face, guides this one away down towards third man. There is Fisher to do the fielding. He'll have a role to play this afternoon, as will Jordan Clark, who stood up at mid-off. But a nice solid start this for Sussex. Hughes will come back onto strike on 10. 25 without loss they are. So they trail Surrey by 30. Surrey all out 490. It's about 20 to 1 today. So Sussex had to go out there for 3 overs before lunch, as Atkinson's into Hughes, and Hughes punches out towards cover point. There is Ollie Sykes again to do the fielding, whips it into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Dan Worrell down there at deep backward square, contemplating his next over. I went and had a look in the bookstore. Found the 1980 Sussex yearbook.
Did you?
Flick through that. Very young looking Mr. Ian Gould in there. That was interesting. I don't think Bruce was doing the yearbook back then, was he? As round the wicket goes Atkinson to Hughes. Hits it. Because Hughes has looked to have a hook at this. He was through it a bit early, actually. It hit him on the shoulder. And it is picked up by Ollie Pope.
That win for Essex takes them, for the time being at least, to the top of the table. Played 3, they've got 47 points. Of course, this doesn't take account of all the bonus points that everyone else has picked up during this game, so we'll have to see how things pan out. If this does end in a draw, Surrey will take 15, and Surrey 14 from the match.
As Atkinson's in, And driving is Hughes, doesn't time it again. And there is no run as Rory Burns does the fielding. End of the over, 25 without loss, then Sussex. Haynes on 11 and Hughes has 10.
Still very early season, isn't it? And, you know, I think that we're going to see quite a few draws in this run. Who's this tall chap?
The strength and conditioning coach.
Right.
Very fine man. Fine figure of a man.
Yes. Yes.
Like you in your prime.
Yes.
Adrian Harms.
or not, as the case may be. Worrell is going to carry on. It is getting sort of gloomier by the minute. I don't know if there's any rain around today, but it just sort of feels a bit like it now. The wind has got up, and Worrell is running away from us. Comes into bowl to the left-handed Haynes, who defends into the offside, and there is no run. So this morning was... It wasn't cold this morning, but mind you, looking at the health and fitness coach, where it was strength and conditioning, he's wearing
T-shirt
shorts.
and shorts, but
Yeah,
he's a tough young man.
Yeah, he is.
Unlike you and I, wrapped up with our big coats on.
Yeah.
Indoors as well, we are.
Dan Lawrence is warming up, actually, at mid-wicket. As in comes Worrell again. Over the wicket bowls. Haynes it on the pad, that's close. There's an allowed appeal, probably slipping down the leg side. And there is no run. I guess games of cricket can change so quickly, can't they? And you know, Sussex will know once they get beyond 55, and they can, you know, that takes time out the match as well. By the same token, Surrey are probably thinking, yeah, well, if they did get a couple of wickets, you know, one can lead to two. You never quite know. So, you know, we got an hour and a half worth of interesting cricket here. Once if Sussex get into a decent lead, then the game may start to fizzle out, but not for the time being. Worrell is in, bowls, Haynes drives solidly to mid-off. They take a single to Rory Burns, who comes around from mid-off to field. Haynes goes to 12-26 without loss.
Yep, and that's positive as well from Haynes. Quick single up there towards mid-off.
Looks like it could be heading to a draw at the Riverside. Yorkshire 240 for 5, leading Durham by 120. Johnny Bairstow in the runs. He's 72 not out for Yorkshire. Essex beat Worcestershire by 28 runs. Somerset look to be heading for a draw at Southampton, as in comes Worrell bowls. Hughes plays defensively to point, and there is no run. Somerset 158 for 2, leading Hampshire by 6. So it looks like Somerset may be edging for a draw there. And they're still reigning up at Edgbaston, which will please Warwickshire. They're 163 for 6, still trailing Notts by 111. So Notts will be very frustrated. That's where Sussex go next week. Is there some movement behind the bowler's arm or something? No, perhaps a bit of chatter going on out there in the middle. Hughes pulls away, and Worrell is in. Round the wicket bowls. Hughes drives nicely. He's a good cover driver, or extra cover driver, is Daniel Hughes. Fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. Where do you go next week, Churchy?
Back to the Keir Oval and the visit of Somerset.
All right, okay.
On Friday, the visit of Somerset. I'm not sure after that. Hang about. Let me have a look in my book. I did write it down in my book. Warwickshire away at Edgbaston.
After that?
Yes.
So you do 5 on the spin. Worrell in bowls. Thumped by Hughes. Good bit of fielding in the covers. There is no run. End of the over.
I think Surrey have a week off after Somerset, and then Warwickshire away, Yorkshire at home, Essex at home.
Yeah, so that's your 7 before the end of May. Yeah, so we go Nottinghamshire next week, week off, then Worcestershire here, Somerset away, Hampshire away.
Right. Busy times.
Busy time, and as they say, there's no easy games in Division 1.
No easy games in Division 1.
And things can change very quickly. And in over 26 without loss. Haynes on 12, Hughes on 10. And it's going to be Gus Atkinson who's going to come in again from the Cromwell Road end.
It certainly is. And it's going to be Haynes on strike on 12 as Atkinson is round the wicket to him. Oh, it's down the leg side. It's a no ball. I think it hit the hip of Haynes. And diving away to his right was Ben Folkes. He got a glove to it, tipped it round the crossbar. So it's going to be a no ball plus 4 leg byes. But that's another one for Gus Atkinson. So I think he's up to 10 now. 10 no balls.
Yes.
Gus Atkinson.
In the match. Yep.
Indeed. 32 without loss. Sussex, as Atkinson is in, and that's left alone by the left-handed Haynes. Outside his off stump, you probably heard the noise of the ball hitting the boundary boards down below us. And this ball now in its 7th over. Patel is lurking out at deep backward square. Worrell's moved round a touch, so he's at a long leg. There's a solitary close catcher in the shape of Ollie Pope, who's probably stood at 4th slip now, I would say, Ollie Pope. Atkinson is in once more. Haynes is pulling a short ball all the way out towards Ryan Patel.
Sounded good, that, didn't it? A real crack off the bat.
Well, I suppose the new ball as well always makes a good noise off a cricket bat. One more to the total. Sussex 33 without loss. Trail Surrey by 22 runs now. There is the minimum of 63.4 overs remaining in the day. As Atkinson is in, and Hughes, well, it's hit the pad, and Atkinson's tumbled over on his follow through. I think he's all right. He did that in the first innings.
He did.
And it was a good work from Ben Folkes, because he got across and got a glove to it, and that prevented a single. But yes, Gus Atkinson had a tumble in the first innings on his follow through as well from that Cromwell Road in.
It's difficult to think, Churchy, having watched Surrey this week, that they're not going to be, right in the mix come the end of September. Do you? Essex,
I always thought Essex would be
I
their
think
main challenger.
Yeah, no, I agree.
They're a good side, Essex. Got Dean Algar to come back, of course. As Atkinson's in, Hughes, I think, was thinking of pulling that for a second, and then sort of thought better of it and just held the bat there, and it potters out towards Ollie Sykes at cover point.
Sussex have been reasonably lucky, in inverted commas, if that's the word, that they only play Surrey and Essex once. So if you're thinking that they're the two main championship contenders, that perhaps works in Sussex's favour. I think it's a shame, as I said earlier on in the week, that we don't play Surrey at the Oval, which seems bonkers. But apparently it's all done in how you finished the previous season and stuff, I think, apparently.
No idea. Atkinson's in. Hughes will get a single. Down to Matt Fisher, who comes in off that third-man boundary rope. That'll be one more to Hughes. He's on to 11. Sussex move on to 34 without loss.
I think there's some sort of grading system. It was explained to me in the press box, and I have to say, a chap in there, I had no idea what he was.
Yes.
But I think that might be the reason. I think the intention is so that you would play Essex twice, I guess.
Yes.
Yes. So that the top clubs or the top sides who finished last year play each other twice.
Atkinson to Haynes, and Haynes covers up, plays this one square of the wicket. There is Ollie Sykes to do the fielding. End of another Gus Atkinson over. 34 without loss, Sussex. Haynes has 13, Hughes has 11.
I thought Matthew Fisher bowled very well for Surrey in the first. I wonder if it might not be too long until we see him into the into the attack, Churchy.
Yeah, and Jordan Clark, of course, as well.
Yes, I mean, I wonder when it gets to the stage in this match when, or it may not reach that stage when Sussex sort of Surrey think, oh crumbs, we just can't bowl Sussex out here. I mean, but it's certainly not going to be just yet, because they're still in arrears. But it is going to be Dan Worrell in his 4th over. Runs around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Daniel Hughes, wide outside the off stump. No slips in place. They're just sort of starving Sussex of runs here, aren't they, Churchy?
Well, it's what we saw in the first innings as well.
Yeah.
So it was what we saw Surrey do in the first innings. Because even though there was a bit of movement this morning under the lights, how much that made a difference, I don't know, but so far it looks very comfy again.
Worrell in bowls, and Hughes flays that down to third man. It's fully way in the distance. I think there's Jordan Clark all the way down there, who looks none the worse for having getting one extremely painful blow in somewhere which is very unpleasant this morning. And then he got another one as well, which didn't seem quite as bad, but the first one gave a sickening sound.
In the regions of the nether.
Yes. Yeah.
It was.
Would have made your eyes water.
Well, I think it probably made his water as such.
Yeah, in fact, it was bad enough up here. It was
Yes.
all crumbs. Brings Haynes on strike anyway. Haynes waits and Worrell is on his way in. Around the wicket, a bowl. Haynes drives very pleasantly, and what a very good bit of fielding that is. They've got 3 men in there, and that was a very good stop. Was that Dom Sibley there?
It was, yes.
Very good, very athletic getting down.
Well, it was firmly struck.
It was. I think did Ollie Pope take some of the pace off of it? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure he got anything on it. I think it was just a terrific bit of work from Sibley.
Very good indeed. I think they're sharing a bit of a joke actually. As back to his mark goes Worrell, in again bowls, again outside the off stump, half volley, and driven firmly this time to Burns, who comes trotting in from mid-off to field. There is no run. Who's that doing some very, very aggressive Pilates movements at mid-wicket, Church? Is that
I think that's Dan Lawrence doing.
Oh, he's doing all sorts.
Is that Pilates?
Well, yeah,
Is that what you do?
Yeah, a little bit like that.
When you go to your
But yes,
class?
I'm not quite as athletic as Dan Lawrence.
Right.
I tend to creak a bit more, Churchy, to be honest.
Yes. What do you wear for your Pilates?
I tend to wear an old T-shirt and a pair of shorts.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. No lycra.
No.
No.
In comes Worrell. Bowls, and Haynes runs that nicely down to third man and picks up a single fielded by Jordan Clark.
What always makes me smile to myself is there's a lot of cyclists on the road now, especially of a sort of bank holiday weekend.
Yes.
Thinking they're on the Tour de France. And how to put this politely, slightly rotund gentlemen all in their lycra. And when you're behind them, it's not the greatest of sights, especially when they're trying to get up a hill.
In comes Worrell bowls, played into the offside. There is no run. We'll be going for an update in a minute to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey. Excuse me. A bit of a choke by me there. But I'm going to have a cough, Churchy. Hang on.
Yes, good for you. Better out
Yes,
than
one thing I did realise, I think I recently said that I transgressed and had to go on a speed awareness course. It was very naughty of me. I was going 25 miles an hour, but nonetheless, them's the rules. But all sorts of talk about some of the new rules in the highway code, one of which is I didn't realise that cyclists are allowed to cycle 2 abreast.
Are they?
Yes.
I always are. I didn't know that.
In comes Atkinson, round the wicket bowls. Haynes defends down the offside, no run. And you 2 abreast, and you have to give a certain amount of distance as well. So, all sorts of things that you realise on
That's
these.
good to know.
Yeah. 36 without loss. You know the serious people at Pilates Church, when you see them going into the class because they've got their own mat.
Yes. Do you not take your
No.
mat? So what do you
I borrow
use?
sort of like a club mat that's there. They're all hanging up, and I borrow the club mat.
Well, quite right too.
Yeah, I haven't got my own mat. In comes Atkinson bowls, and Haynes works that one away through the covers. Picks up a single as Tom Haynes. He goes to 15, 37 without lot. When I say a pair of shorts, Church, I haven't really got any shorts for sort of running or anything, so I wear a sort of pair of swim shorts.
Speedos?
No.
Yes.
Um,
That would
so they're not-
liven up an otherwise
No.
dull Pilates class.
No. But I am the one at the back, sort of,
Yeah.
just sort of watching what. Oh, he is. Comes Atkinson in bowls. Oh, I thought they were coming to me for a minute. Haynes plays into the offside. And there is no run. 37 without loss. 55 is the number after which Sussex will be into positive territory.
Well, actually, but it's a solid start this from Haynes and Hughes, isn't it?
It is.
And Gus Atkinson's piling down the hill.
Hello, Tim. Yes, looks very much as if this game is now heading towards a draw. Sussex are 37 without loss in their second innings, with Tom Haynes on 15, Daniel Hughes on 12. The magic figure, or the first magic figure for Sussex, is to get to 55, because that was the lead for Surrey. So once those arrears of being cleared out of the way, Sussex will be in positive territory, and then Surrey will be running out of time in which to bowl Sussex out. This morning, Surrey lost their last 7 wickets for 100 runs. Sussex bowled a lot better than they did yesterday. Ollie Robinson bowled 11 consecutive overs from the Cromwell Road end. He picked up a wicket. Jaden Seals picked up 2, but James Coles, the left-arm spinner, was the main wicket taker with career best figures of 5 for 108. And really, from the moment Dan Lawrence was out in the first over of the morning, without adding to his 117, it looked unlikely that Surrey were going to get the big lead that they would have been hoping for. Nonetheless, the floodlights were on this morning, and I think that did help the Sussex bowlers as well. Those floodlights are now off, and Surrey are striving here to take wickets, but with just 61 overs left in the day, Tim, it looks very much of this one is now heading towards a draw.
Yes, and another tidy over from Gus Atkinson. I wonder how long it'll be. I was about to say, I wonder how long it will be until Lawrence gets introduced into the piece, and here he comes. So I think we are going to get some off spin from Dan Lawrence. So Lawrence with his off breaks into the attack from the C end of the ground.
Well, I suppose this is the end at which James Coles bowled and got his wickets from.
Yep, and he's got left-handers to bowl at, so he's going to have Haynes on strike. Let's see, slip in there, which is the captain, Rory Burns, and Jordan Clark away at backward point. Ollie Sykes is making his way down to long on to our left. Worrell at mid-off, sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover mid-wicket, square leg and a man at deep mid-wicket. So here is Lawrence into Haynes, tosses the first one up, and Haynes is just working this fine on the leg side. And that's going to run away down towards the boundary rope. Off goes Gus Atkinson in, I was going to say hot pursuit, but it's got over the boundary rope and away for 4. Haynes moves on to 19, 41 without loss. But at the moment, it's just not drifting, but it's just slightly meandering, all this at the moment, as Dan Lawrence, arms and legs a whirl, is into Haynes. Big shout for LBW. Haynes back on his stumps. He does have umpire Pollard at this C end, because he thought he had Haynes in the first innings. Did Dan Lawrence. From memory, that's how he got Clark in the first innings, trapped LBW.
He did?
Yes, so playing that sort of shot. As in his short sleeve sweater, Lawrence is in and Haynes is forward. Playing this one back up the pitch. And there is Dan Worrell to do the fielding. Haynes has a little bit of a stretch, then settles over his bat once more. Lawrence into Haynes. Haynes forward again. Playing this one back up the pitch. Sound of a gull. I'm frightened to say seagull.
No, I know. I think they are meant to be herring guns, but goodness me, everybody knows them as
They
seagulls.
do, don't they? Because there's all the posters saying "Do not feed the seagulls."
I agree. Yeah.
As cutting is Haynes, a little too close to him to cut that one, and simply bends down and eventually does the fielding.
Yeah, I'm sure that herring gull is probably correct, but hey, it's slightly pedantic,
The correct
isn't it?
technical term.
Well, I think so.
Technical
probably.
term.
Yeah.
As in comes Lawrence again. Haynes
Ooh,
beaten
bowled.
on the outside. Nicely bowled by Dan Lawrence. End of the over. First one for Lawrence. And Sussex 41 without loss. Haynes has 19. Hughes has 12. And it means they trail Surrey by 14.
Got to change your bowling. Is this going to be?
Yes, Matt Fisher.
Yeah. Well, I thought he bowled very well in the first innings, and he did pose quite a threat. Let's look at his figures in the first innings. 21 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 46.
Yeah, very tight.
He was very tight. So still, a bit of work here to do for Sussex. They're not quite over the line yet. So the draw is the heavy favourite here now, but it's quite gloomy, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's,
I don't know why the lights aren't on.
It's So there is one slip in place. There's a gully. Point cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, then a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket. So no one down at finder. He can't afford to bowl down the leg side here, can Matthew Fisher. There's no one backward of square on the leg side at all.
He got Hughes in the first innings, caught and bowled.
He did. Good catch, actually, wasn't it?
Was.
Yeah, it was a good catch.
Struck, as usual, by Hughes, very firmly.
Yeah.
But he managed to cling on.
I find the traffic's a bit busier tonight going home tonight, Church. I think there'll be a few people on the move, won't they? People, I don't know if the
Heading
schools are
home.
back tomorrow.
No, they're back tomorrow.
Back
as well,
tomorrow,
yeah.
yeah. Fisher in, bowls outside the off stump, let go by Hughes, no run. I did see as I drove, I think it was last night, there's always queues, isn't there? M25, sort of 4, Orpington up towards the bridge.
Yes.
They're building another tunnel, aren't they?
Are they?
Yes, they are. Yeah, I heard on the news the other day they're building another sort of tunnel. I think the Dartford crossing and the tunnels can't cope.
Well,
So they need a bit more. It's always queued, that bit of the
it has. It's
when we go around to Essex every year for the T20, it's always on a Friday night. It's always a nightmare. In comes Fisher, bowls, Hughes defends onto the onside. There is no run.
Yes, well, gone are the days, of course, where you had to pull up and throw your coin in the basket.
Yeah, do you know, I sort of preferred that because it's very easy to forget.
To pay for your yes.
Yeah, because you get to your destination and you think, right, I must remember. Then I've got a memory like a sieve, and so you forget, and then you go to pay and you've got to pay a bit more. I actually preferred the coin in the basket, really.
Yeah. Always embarrassing when you miss the basket, though.
Yes. In comes Fisher bowls, Hughes forward into the offside, no run. I had a very embarrassing time, Churchy, going across the Severn Bridge.
Yes.
On one occasion, wasn't on cricket duties, but I was going across the Severn Bridge and I got to the other side and I thought you could pay by credit card, and you couldn't, and you had to pay by cash.
And you had no cash.
I had no cash.
Ah.
And they were clearly aware that this happens quite a lot, so you have to turn round and go back across, and then you get off and go to a cash machine. There's a cash machine in wherever it was. In comes Fisher bowls, Hughes defends down the onside, no run. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's free now.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
yes, I
free
think
to
the
get
debt's
across.
been paid off. So,
Yes.
so presumably the debt hasn't been paid off on the Dartford Bridge.
I can tell you the council tax has gone up in Wales, eh?
Yeah.
As soon as they pull the booze down that took your whatever it was, the council tax went
Yeah.
up. So
Yeah, council. I mean, don't get me going on that one, Churchy. I had to pay a bit more money. I haven't got a very big garden, which is good news, really, because I'm not a very keen gardener. In comes Fisher. Round the wicket, bowls, Hughes is forward. Good delivery by Fisher,
over
just
this.
probing away. It's a very good over. And it is a maiden over to start by Matthew Fisher. Excellent over as well. 41 without loss, Haynes 19. Hughes is on 12. Yeah, I was a bit miffed. Church, I paid my council tax, then I put my bin out with my grass cuttings and that in. And
the garden bin.
Well, it didn't get collected. They didn't collect it, so I didn't know why. Then the neighbour said, well, you got to pay. So I went online, go online, so I did that. It's about 60 quid.
For a garden bin?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are expensive. garden bins.
I've already paid one.
No,
Anyway.
they are expensive.
So I don't know.
Well, from the sounds of it, there'll be a new tunnel to have fun
I
at
think there is.
Dartford, yes.
I think there is a new type, but I think it's going to take sort of 20 years to build or something.
Definitely.
So if you go to Chelmsford this year, you won't be able to use the new tunnel.
Well, you won't unless they
No.
unless something quite dramatic happens.
Yes. No, it's going to take a few years.
Yes, it is. It is. So I tell you, the one I do like is the old M6 one.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
the toll.
That's excellent when you're going up to Birmingham. Here is Dan Lawrence coming round the wicket to Haynes. Haynes is forward and plays this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. So, trail by 14 now to Sussex. Haynes and Hughes. Again, a solid start from these two. As Lawrence into Haynes. And Haynes turns this one again. Fine on the leg side. And this will be a chase for Fisher this time. And he will get this. And they will pick up 2. So 2 more to Haynes. 2 more to the total. Haynes moves on to 21. Sussex moving on to 43 without loss. But Haynes is in tremendous nick at the moment. And he'd like some more runs in the second innings. I think when you're in nick,
Yeah.
you have to try and make as many as you can, because it can all change very, very quickly. And hear him whacking the bat down on the crease as, again, he's just flicking this fine, but Fisher does well.
Very good.
He got round, anticipated the shot, and then a big old dive to his left-hand side and got a hand to it. And there is no run. Rory Burns has dispensed of his short sleeve sweater. Ollie Sykes is in the long sleeve sweater. Down to our left. It is chilly. It is really chilly today. Yes, I think that's the sound of a lorry somewhere rattling away as Haynes forward. Lawrence pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's either that or it's a trolley
Yes.
being pushed along the tarmac.
Catering?
I reckon.
Catering?
Oh dear.
Oh dear. As waits again does Haynes, and forward he goes to Lawrence, plays it softly back up the pitch.
I've had an email, Churchy, from Kazakhstan.
Marvellous.
That's a long way away.
It is a long way away. As final ball of the over, 2 runs off it thus far. From Dan Lawrence, he's in. Haynes is forward. Plays it out into the offside end of the over. 43 without loss. Haynes 21. Hughes has 12.
If someone gave you a map and say, can you put a pin in where Kazakhstan is, I think I would struggle.
Yes, well, I would in anywhere in the United Kingdom. I've not got a great sense of direction
Right.
at the best of times.
Well, I think it's sort of, I think Kazakhstan is,
Is it sort of...
I'm not sure if it's a former Russian
Yes,
republic
I think it
or
is.
it's sort of that sort of part of the world, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes.
But it's sunny there, and Tim Broadbent is there, so he could probably tell us.
Oh, marvellous.
Hello, Tim. Thank you for joining us. He's enjoying the game, even with the draw looming. There's that Matthew Fisher. It's very gloomy here as comes in around the wicket bowls, let go outside the off stump by Hughes. There is no run. So it's sunny in Kazakhstan, enjoying the game, even with the draw looming. Just wondering if any of your listeners remember Hove Nondescripts Cricket Club. My dad used to umpire, and us kids enjoyed wonderful weekends in such lovely grounds as Coleman's Hatch. Happy days, but I can find no mention of the club these days. So maybe someone can help us who's listening, who knows about Nondescripts Cricket Club.
Well, there might be somebody out there
Might be
who
somebody
knows
there,
the
yeah.
answer.
Bruce Tilble's the sort of bloke who might know, isn't he? He knows most things about cricket. In comes Fisher round the wicket bowls, defended by Hughes into the offside. There is no run. But thank you for getting in touch. Tim Drew's been in touch. He says, 60 quid for your garden bin in Guildford. You were lucky. It's £84.20 in Waverley. The next door council, and it's never been free. I think, I probably, just to explain, I think that's just to get it collected, 60 quid. I think the bin might be a bit more. In comes Fisher and bowls and defends as Hughes into the offside. £84.20. Dear, oh dear. I think in the old days, I don't know what my dad used to do because I didn't collect it then. Probably put them in the compost heap. I think,
Yes,
the grass
the
cuttings.
old compost heap.
Yeah.
Yes.
We used to have a compost heap in the garden, and then we could go up there, and then there were worms in there, and we could get the worms out of there for our fishing bait.
Ah, that's a good way of doing
Yeah.
it. Yes.
I was rubbish at fishing,
Yes,
but my two brothers were pretty good.
My dear old dad, he wasn't great at keeping control of his bonfires.
He comes Fisher and bowls to Hughes, plays in the offside, and there is no run. What, did they used to get all smelly and get on people's washing?
No, it used to be a little like The Towering Inferno, if you've ever seen that film.
I have.
By
I think Steve McQueen was in that. Wasn't he a firefighter?
Yes, it sort of, he wasn't great at sort of keeping control.
Right.
Because that used to be the other way of doing things in your garden, wasn't it?
Oh,
You
everyone
had
had
compost
bonfires.
and bonfires. And, I
everyone.
do like the smell of a bonfire.
Yes. Fisher in bowls, Hughes, let's go outside the off stump, no run. Oh yeah, I mean that was the way of getting rid of garden waste. I think
Yes.
probably most of our parents, if they had, they wanted to get rid of the garden, you wouldn't go down to the dump, would you?
No.
Just have a bit of a bonfire.
Yes. And the compost heap. Yes.
Yeah.
But these days it's into your garden bin, and then your garden bin should get picked up.
Well, it should do.
yes.
Yeah. But if you haven't paid in,
Well, it won't be. And if you haven't got the right type of bin.
no. Fisher round the wicket bowls. Hughes defends very tight and accurate. Matthew Fisher, 2 maiden overs. He's been there or thereabouts, and Daniel Hughes is playing Matthew Fisher with due respect. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 0, 43 without loss. Are Sussex. Hughes on 21. No, he's not. Concentrate, Adrian. Hughes on 21. Hughes on 12. So 12 needed to clear the arrears. 57 overs left in the day. I was a hopeless fisherman, Church. I always used to get in a tangle.
Well,
I just no good at all, really. Could never get the float to. They call it cocking a float, don't they, when it's upright? But mine was used to lie flat on the water. I had no idea at all.
yeah, so I've been a couple of times. Got the old rod out. There's pushed off the back foot by Haynes. Played that right in front of middle stump. Of course, Reeves and Whitehouse, not Reeves and Mortimer and Whitehouse, their fishing programme is one of the loveliest things on telly. As that's short, that's pulled by Haynes out towards deep mid-wicket. He'll get a single, 1 more to the total. Gates opening somewhere.
Oh, yes, they
Being
are.
shut.
Our effects mike's very good this week,
It's
isn't it?
excellent, yeah. It's very sensitive. This isn't ground staff, is it? Because we're coming down to have a sit near the covers.
Possibly. Oh, possibly.
Might have been the sound of
Yes.
the gate opening for the ground staff. That would scupper everything if it rained. As that one does turn a touch for Lawrence outside Hughes' off stump.
That's very perceptive of you, actually, Churchy, because one of the ground staff has just appeared. And you were saying it's chilly. They've got a hoodie on and hoodie up.
Ah, the lights are coming on as well.
There we go.
Maybe that's the gate to the generator.
Could be.
As round the wicket once again goes Lawrence and pushes this one into the offside. Does Hughes off a goodish length. But yes, I love Mortimer and Whitehouse Go Fishing. I think it's one of the most lovely programmes on TV. It's them sat by the river, fishing away, chatting about life. Very nice way to do things. As Lawrence is in quicker, forward goes Hughes. Pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I never quite had the patience for it either, Churchy.
I can see it's a lovely thing to do of an afternoon.
Very popular, apparently.
Yeah, very popular.
Close season at the moment.
As forward goes Hughes. So the lights are sort of heating up now and into action. No run off that final ball of the over. And 44 without loss.
Very nice at lunchtime. I bumped into Simon Goodman, who's a regular contributor. He came up and said hello as I wandered round to get my lunch. It was lovely to meet you, Simon. And he said, hello, Adrian, just a thought. You could bring your cuttings to work and sneak them into the bin under the clock tower. And there's a wheelie bin there, but it says glass only. Perhaps I could change it to... Oh, no, it says grass only. It
not
does say
glass
grass only.
grass.
It does say grass only. Yeah. Thank you. Matthew Fisher is coming in. The lights are on in all their glory. Bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays to mid-on. And there is no run. The arrears now 11 runs. Hughes 12, Haynes on 22. The field, there's a slip, a gully, point, extra cover, sweeper on the cover boundary, then a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep square leg. Or yeah, deep mid-wicket really, isn't he? No one behind square on the leg side as Matthew Fisher. Oh, well, he's just stopping, actually. He was going to start his run-up, then he had a quick word to Rory Burns about something or another. And he's on his way down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Bowls. That was a good delivery. That's the first run that Matthew Fisher has conceded in his 14th ball that he's bowled. Haynes plays that through the leg side and picks up a single. He goes to 23, 45 without loss.
Yeah, for a second, Fisher thought that was getting through Haynes and hitting the pad.
Tim has sent us a map of Kazakhstan.
Oh,
so we
very
can tell you
nice.
whereabout it is. Oh, crumbs, I didn't realise it was that far over.
Near China.
Yeah. In comes Fisher. Bowls, and Hughes defends down the offside of the track now. So Kazakhstan is bordered on one side by Russia, on another side by China. It's bordered by Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, which I think that's how you pronounce it. It's not far on one side by the Caspian Sea, so it's a long way. It's the sort of place it looks like it's probably hot in the summer and freezing in the winter. I don't know. You might be able to tell us, but it just... but thank you, at least we know where that is. In comes Fisher again. Bowls. Hughes, nice shot. Cutting the ball away through backward point, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Nicely played. First boundary that Matthew Fisher has conceded. Daniel Hughes goes to 16, and Sussex now 49 without loss, so within 6 of going into positive territory.
Yeah, just a tiny bit of width, but not that much.
Yeah.
From Fisher, but very well played by Hughes. Made 67 in the first innings, was the first wicket to go, but there was a moment where 62 apologies, where you thought you might get 100 before lunch.
Yes.
He's absolutely flying along.
Yeah, he needed that last year, actually. In comes Fisher again, bowls to Hughes, who's solidly forward, plays to mid-off. And there is no run. Yeah.
You can have a nice lunch, can't you, if you make 100 before lunch.
Totally.
Yes. Doesn't happen very often, does it?
No, it did happen here once. I think that Nature might have got 100 here before lunch, or 90 odd or something. We've been in one of Bruce's books, he'll know. In comes Fisher, bowls, Hughes defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 45 of that was. Now, rather ominously, Churchy, the ground staff are now camped down below us. They sit on those chairs. Ben Gibson and his. And here comes Ben. He's still looking at his phone, which is probably a weather app. So there may be a bit of rain around.
He's got a big grin on his face.
He's got a big bobble hat on as well.
Sitting down.
Yeah, sitting down, yeah. So they're not making any sort of immediate moves, but they're just ready just in case. But the floodlights are on. 49 without loss, 23 Haynes, 16 Hughes. And it's going to be Dan Lawrence who's going to carry on.
It is indeed, bowling his 4th over. None for 7 thus far. Bowling from the C end. Coming into Haynes. Oh, now they've gone up for the court behind here. Big shout from Folkes, big shout from Burns. Not the most convincing appeal from Dan Lawrence. So, yeah, Burns went up, Folkes went up, but it wasn't the most convincing of appeals from Dan Lawrence. Bowling in a short sleeve sweater, Dan Lawrence is coming in round the wicket to Haynes, who will turn this one down the ground to Ollie Sykes. He comes round to do the fielding. There's the 50 partnership. So 50 partnerships for the opening wicket in both innings for Sussex. So good combination are Haynes and Hughes, Hughes and Hayne. As Lawrence is into Hughes, Hughes pushes forward. Plays this one away into the offside. Round comes Dominic Sibley to do the fielding. Hughes wanders off towards square leg. Settles himself down over his bat once more. That bat just raised and then down onto his toes he goes and plays this one away into the offside. Jordan Clark, who we get to see with the ball. I wonder if Ollie Sykes might have a bit of a bowl here because he's taken off his long sleeve sweater. He's got his short sleeve sweater on underneath, and he seemed to just be going through a bit of a warm up. As here is Lawrence forward. Forward goes Hughes. Yes, and that was a nice bit of bowling that went past the edge in the end of Haynes's bat. Shines the ball up once again. Does Lawrence. And he comes to Hughes, who's driving firmly out towards Worrell, who gets round to do the fielding. And they will pick up one more. End of the over. 51 without loss then. Sussex. Haynes 24. Hughes 17. And are we going to get
I think we are.
a bit of twirly stuff from Ollie Sykes? Yes, we are.
Well spotted, Churchy.
So yes, Ollie Sykes is going to come and have his first bowl in the championship for Surrey.
He is. When we talk about Kazakhstan and the climate, I can tell you that Tim says, well judged, a continental climate in all its glory is Kazakhstan.
Really?
He says, winter is now finished, but no positive temperatures for 5 months. And often down to minus 25 to minus 30. So for 5 months it doesn't get above freezing. I'm not sure I'd like that, Tim. Summers are very hot, but Astana and the country generally are fun, and the Silk Road are definitely worth a trip, especially Uzbekistan. Thank you, Tim. That's great, isn't it?
Tim.
Yeah, lovely to hear from you.
I wonder if there's any cricket there.
Oh, I don't know. In comes Sykes, bowls to Hughes, short, and he just hammers that first delivery through the offside and picks up a single. What's he bowling? Is he a bit of off spin?
Off spin, yeah.
It's,
I wonder if Tim could tell us if there is any cricket there.
perhaps he started up a team.
He could do.
Yeah.
He could do.
In comes Sykes, bowls, and Hughes cuts away through the covers, picks up another single. Sussex go to 53 without loss, so within 2 of clearing these arrears. The numbers are shining very brightly on the scoreboard away to our right-hand side, which will give you an indication of the light. Which, in fact, I just saw one of the umpires on his little radio, so I don't know if that was a sign that they're getting concerned. In comes Sykes again, and for the 3rd time in the over, leaning back, Hughes plays the ball through the offside. He picks up a single. 3 singles off the first 3 balls of the over. Arrears down to 1. Sykes again. In and bowls. Haynes is forward to this ball. Applause from the Surrey fielders for young Ollie Sykes, who's getting on with things, motoring through his over from the Cromwell Road end. He's in and bowls. Give that a bit of a tweak, doesn't he, Churchy? And,
He does. He
forward
gives it
comes
a little bit of a
Haynes.
tweak.
There is no run. Played back down the pitch. The volunteers of the museum looking a bit chilly over there today by their trestle table. The Sykes comes in again. Bowls. Haynes. He's a nice shot. Just bends at the knees. Plays it out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. The significance of that single is that Sussex have now cleared the arrears. Haynes goes to 26. Sussex 55 without loss.
Would Margaret be working in the museum again today?
She might well be.
Yes.
Yeah, she might well be. I don't know if they have a little rotor over there for whoever sort of opens things up. But they look a bit chilly, don't they, behind the table?
That's where the books were.
Is there a shirt over there I can see?
Yes,
as well?
there's a sign. I think it might be a Prior shirt.
Ah,
Yes, the way
got number 13 on the back.
And was Luke Wright number 6?
he was number 10.
So number 10. As in comes Lawrence, and this is turned leg side by Haynes, and he'll pick up one more, and one more to the total. Back onto strike comes Hughes. So they lead by 1, Sussex. So they lead by a solitary run. As Lawrence comes into Hughes, and Hughes is driving to the right of Ryan Patel, who tumbles away to do the fielding. But they will pick up another single. One more to Hughes. We'll move on to 20 now, 57 without loss, Sussex. Back onto strike comes Haynes. 27. Lawrence is into Haynes. Haynes is forward. And there is no run. So again, batting looking pretty straightforward on this at the moment. Not a huge amount happening out there in the middle. As once more it's Lawrence. Quicker ball, cut by Haynes. It's come off the toe end of his bat. And this will run off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So another boundary for Haynes. He moves on to 31. And Sussex move on to 61 without loss.
And Tim says that as far as he knows, no cricket in Kazakhstan.
Oh, there's no cricket in Kazakhstan.
In all seriousness, though, isn't it amazing that you can get a response within a few minutes of speaking on the
thank you,
on
Tim,
the good old radio
for that. I'll keep an ear out because I think you're doing an update.
Yes, I am. Bit of Hey Jude in the background.
Lovely.
Going on.
As Lawrence is in, forward goes Haynes. Pushes this one away to extra cover. As Lawrence spins the ball in his fingers. Still bowling in a short sleeve sweater is Dan Lawrence. Haynes turns him into the leg side. That rolls into Ollie Pope in there at short mid wicket. End of the over then. 61 without loss. Haynes has 31 and Hughes is on 20.
Yes. It's going to take something quite dramatic here in the next few overs for this to end in anything but a draw. 52 overs remaining in the day. The Sussex lead is now 6. They're not quite over the line yet. In comes Sykes. In and bowls. Hey, Hughes. Yes, we're very much heading towards a draw here at Hove. Tim, Sussex are 61 without loss in their second innings. It means they lead by 6 runs. All of that after Surrey were bowled out this morning for 490. They added exactly 100 runs this morning, but they lost 7 wickets in so doing. James Cole's picking up career's best figures of 5 for 108. Jaden Seals and Ollie Robinson also impressive for Sussex. 3 wickets for Seals, 2 for Ollie Robinson. So arrears of 55, and Sussex have cleared those arrears now. They're now 62 without loss, and barring something pretty dramatic here, it looks like we're heading for a draw. The floodlights are on. It's very chilly down here today, and it looks as if rain may not be that far away. But it looks like this game between these two old rivals is heading for a draw.
Coming to you again in an hour's time. I heard in my headphones.
Yeah. Single taken by Haynes. He goes to 32, 63 without loss.
Apologise again. I may have to just nip away at the end of this over.
That's quite all right.
For another call of nature.
And comes Sykes bowls to Hughes, who plays to mid-off, and there is no run. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game in the county championship this season on every county. As in comes Sykes. Gives that a tweak, and Hughes just plays out into the offside, and there is no run. Hughes 21, Haynes 32, Sussex 63 without loss. It means they lead by 8. 51 overs left to go. I would imagine, but we'll discuss this with Churchy when he comes back.
No, I'm all right at the moment. I haven't.
They're not. I mean, sorry, won't have given this up just yet, but probably in reality, this is looking like it's heading for a draw. I'd imagine with a lot of cricket to come in the next few weeks, they're not going to want to over-bowl their quickies here, and in a.
No, I think actually, I thought more would happen after what we saw this morning, but not a lot has really.
No.
But here is Lawrence coming into Haynes, and forward goes Haynes. Plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
It did seem to be a little bit more in it for the bowlers this morning, but I thought Seals and Robinson bowled very well this morning.
Oh, they bowled it.
And once Dan Lawrence was out, it probably took the wind slightly out of the Surrey sail.
Very good, but I think Surrey, apart from that first hour with the ball on the first morning, this one's turned by Haynes into the leg side, and they'll pick up 2 more. They've shown their skills and how they can manoeuvre themselves into positions and winning positions, but the problem is that they have come across a pitch that really hasn't done a huge amount again. And they know they're going to get a bit of this season every time they go away from South London. As here is Lawrence once more, and driving is Haynes out towards Dan Worrell, sweeping on that cover boundary rope.
Just to say, Churchy, raining in Southampton.
Right, so it's raining in Southampton, which isn't that far away.
No, it's not that
really,
far on
is
the
it?
coast, no. And if it does feel a bit, so the ground staff are gathered here, so you wonder whether there is a bit of rain around.
Haynes has moved to 35. Hughes back on strike on 21. 66 without loss. As forward goes Hughes. Plays this one out towards Dominic Sibley.
We haven't got on at all today in Birmingham, so that game looks like it's heading for a draw between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire.
Waiting again is Dan Hughes on 21. And Daniel Hughes turns this one into the leg side. Will take a single. Be one more to the total. One more to Hughes. Birds have been vocal today.
They have,
yes.
yep.
Powerful effects, Mike, because those birds are in Southampton. You can pick them up from here. As Lawrence is in, and Haynes jumps onto the back foot and punches it for 4. It's a good shot from Haynes, but again, lots of time. No bounce or turn for Lawrence. Ah, the lights are coming on again. 71 without loss, Haynes 39, and Hughes on 22. And I am going to go and call to nature.
Okay, they've called it a day up at Derbyshire. Match drawn between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire in Division 2 of the County Championship because of rain and no play so far, or very little play. Up at Old Trafford, Lancashire were in trouble actually, 16 for 3. Still trailing Leicestershire by 212. Had a good start to the season of Leicestershire. As in comes young Ollie Sykes from the Cromwell Road in bowl to Daniel Hughes, who drives to extra cover. There is no runner. Slip is the only close fielder. Sussex 71 without loss, so leading by 16. Sykes in bowls. Oh, Hughes, rather still dig that out. Plays it back down the offside of the track, and Sykes fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. Floodlights on, as Churchy was saying. Sykes in again, bowls, Hughes is forward, Sykes fields off his own bowling. He's rattling through his overs here, is Ollie Sykes. Already back to his mark. Daniel Hughes waits. Sykes gives that a tweak. Hughes plays to mid-off. They're taking a quick single. In fact, there was a misfield. I think that's Matthew Fisher up there who misfielded the ball. Just goes to show when you put the pressure on the field, it took his eye off the ball, and Hughes scampered through for a single. He goes to 23, 72 without loss. Sykes in again. Bowls. Oh, Haynes looking to play that in the offside. In the end, played it on the onside, so a moral victory there for Ollie Sykes. There is no run. Hughes, Haynes rather, retakes. He's ready, and Sykes is in bowls. Haynes is forward, just kills the spin, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Another over drifts by. 72 without loss. Hughes on 23. Haynes is on 39. And we've lost a lot of cricket in this game, Churchy, due to the weather. We lost 43 overs on the first day. We lost, I think we
36,
said 30. Yes, we lost 4 overs in the morning. I think we lost 40 overs yesterday in total. So, we've lost virtually a day's play because of the weather, and it's always going to be difficult to make up that sort of time. And it really does feel as if the game is now drifting towards a draw.
Yes, as Lawrence is into Hughes, and Hughes is forward. Plays this one down into the leg side. And there is no run.
I mean, it's not quite done yet, but it would need a clatter of wickets.
And I can't see it happening
No,
on this pitch.
I would be very surprised.
As Lawrence is into Hughes, and Hughes forward he comes. Plays Lawrence back up the pitch. Ollie Pope down to our left-hand side. He's just been having a bit of a natter with the ground staff. Probably asking them what they're seeing on their rain radar, I would have thought.
Yes.
As Lawrence is in. Quicker. Turned by Hughes into the leg side. There is Sykes.
He might be looking forward to taking Jackson for a walk.
Yeah, so it'll be later on this evening.
Yes, it would.
Probably proper walk tomorrow, I would have thought.
Day off.
Day off tomorrow. As in once again comes Lawrence forward. Goes Hughes. Plays it straight back up the pitch to Dan Lawrence. Shining the ball up on his jumper at the moment is Dan Lawrence. Rory Burns in there at slip. The solitary close catcher at the moment is the Surrey captain. Lawrence is in again. Forward goes Hughes. Plays it away into the offside. Round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding.
We talk about the first Test match, Churchy, 22nd of May.
Yeah, so it's about a month away.
At Trent Bridge.
At Trent Bridge in Nottingham. As Hughes waits again, now clips this leg side. We'll get a single up here to Pope, who comes in off that long on boundary. End of another Lawrence over. 73 without loss. Sussex. Haynes has 39. Hughes is on 24.
And I didn't realise that England are playing the West Indies in a one-day series.
They've got a lot of sort of one-day cricket.
Yes, they have a series of matches against the West Indians, 50 over and T20s. Crumbs, yeah.
Yep.
And then the Test match series against India starts on the 20th of June.
First test at?
First test at Headingley.
Right, very nice.
In comes Sykes, bowling a new over to Hughes. Let's that go outside the off stump, no run. Second test at Edgbaston. Third test at Lords. Normally the second test is at Lords, isn't it?
Oh, they're all higgledy-piggledy
Yeah,
these days.
it always used to be in the old days, didn't it? Yeah. In comes Sykes, bowls to Hughes, plays down the onside, no run. Fourth test at Old Trafford. Fifth test at the Oval. You'll be hoofed out your commentary box, Churchy, for that one.
No, very much so.
You know, very clean and tidy. In comes Sykes, bowls, played into the offside. There is no run. That's the end of that'll be the end of Test match cricket, I think, then, at the end of July.
Yes, it will. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Sykes in again, bowls. Hughes stretches forward, plays him to the offside. And in fact, the football season, someone was telling me the other day that the lower league seasons, or like the conference, and I think League Two starts on the 4th of August.
Oh dear.
Can you believe it?
No break.
No break. Sykes in, bowls. Hughes drives firmly into the offside. He's going to get a single out too long off a tumbling save up there. Is that Matthew Fisher?
It is indeed.
Yeah, I'm getting the hang of these Surrey players now. Bit late on the last day, really, Adrian, but never mind. 74 without loss. Lead is 19. Sykes in again. Bowls and just worked by Haynes backward of square on the leg side. Dan Worrell comes chugging into field. And it's one more to the total. 75 without loss. Haynes 40, Hughes on 25. The England Lions have got some fixtures. There could be a couple of Sussex players involved in those, I would imagine. They've got half a chance, Churchy. I think probably Tom Haynes might have a chance of the game against India A. On... Oh, there's two games against India A, actually. The first one is at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
Nice place to have a game.
Yeah, that's on the 30th of May. Talking of Lawrence, this is Dan Lawrence, comes in and bowls, clipped onto the leg side by Haynes. Have I pinched your over?
No, not at all.
One more to the total. 76 without loss. So that's on the 30th of May. And then there's another game against India A on the 6th of June. England Lions against India A at Northampton. In comes Lawrence bowls, cut away fiercely by Daniel Hughes. Danwell has to go scooting round the boundary. Picks up the ball. He's sort of mucking around up there, Danwell. And one more run to Hughes.
Keeping himself amused, I think.
Yes, he goes to 26. So those games won't clash with any championship cricket. In comes Lawrence again, bowls, and Haynes clips nicely through mid-wicket and picks up another single. So I think there's a very good chance that Tom Haynes, if he carries on his good form, might play in that game. Well, I thought James Coles might have a chance as well, having been with the Lions in the winter. But that'll be as the T20 sort of gets into full swing. Yeah. Lawrence bowls, forward comes Hughes, plays to the covers, no run. Tom Haynes wouldn't play T20 cricket. James Coles will be quite a big part of the Sussex side, so they'll certainly miss him if he gets selected. Lawrence in again, bowls, forward comes Hughes, plays into the offside. Again, there is no run. And I think that's it for the Lions. Oh no, there is some more Lions cricket. Let's break off for a minute. There's a one-day Lions match. Lawrence in bowls, cut away backward of point, 4 runs. Nice king shot by Daniel Hughes. He goes to 30 and the total to 80 without loss. And the lead now is 25 for Sussex. Yeah, one-day match at New Road, Worcester on the 30th of August. And that looks, there must be some others. Maybe not. Oh, just sort of looking ahead to the rest of the summer and players who may get a chance to shine in those games. 46 overs to go. Churchy, first one to be bowled by Ollie Sykes.
Yes, indeed, from the Cromwell Road end. And Haynes, little late cut down towards Ollie Pope, moving round to his right hand side. I like an England Lions game. It's always good to see who's in that England Lions mix. Sykes is in and up on his toes. Goes Haynes, and a little misfield from Ollie Pope. It just bobbled over his slide there, and they'll pick up 2. But Sykes got that one just to bounce a touch more at Haynes. And Sykes into now his 5th over, 84 without loss. As Haynes waits again, forward he goes. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. I probably ought not to say this.
Go on.
But a bit of rain might not be a bad thing now, as in comes Sykes, and this is punched away off the back foot by Haynes. Out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, which is Gus Atkinson. I'm not sure who's really gaining anything out of all this at the moment. Hughes on 30 and forward he goes. Plays this one out into the offside. Pope gets round to do the fielding and there's no run.
Just had a note through for the Cricket Club annual awards. Saturday, October the 11th. So they're getting it in the diary early.
What, Sussex is?
Not here. No.
Oh, I was going to say, as this is punched away off the back foot by Hughes.
No.
And they're going to pick up another single. Hughes on to 31. 86 without loss. Sussex.
Yeah.
I thought they'd gone very early with the date. Your cricket club.
Yeah, they've gone early this year. Obviously, making sure, but so people can't say, "Oh, I didn't know it was then." Come on, get it in the diary.
Remind us your club.
No excuses. Well, I haven't played there for donkeys, but it's Wallash, which is up near Guildford. Yeah. So they've got their. They don't say it says details to follow.
But they must have booked the venue.
Well, presumably.
Wow, very nice. Very, very nice.
Getting organised, though. It's good to see, isn't it? Yeah, they are.
They certainly are.
Dan Lawrence comes in. He's not probably thinking about the end of season do, as comes in and bowls to Hughes, who looks to glance that I think he came off the pad down to a short fine leg. There is no run.
Yes, well, I'm sure they haven't sort of made their nominations yet.
No.
Bowler of the year, etc.
Yeah, there are things like catch of the season as well.
Fielder of the year.
Yeah. I did win a couple of awards, Churchy. Lawrence in bowls, clipped by Hughes to mid-wicket, no run. We have a cricket bat with a hole that's carved out of the middle, which is for the worst player. The worst. I did win that for the worst average.
That's quite a nice thing
bat,
to have, though.
Bat with a hole in, yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a nice thing to have. Though.
Well,
It's a bit quite unique.
Yes, it is. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. In comes Lawrence again, bowls and cut away by Daniel Hughes nicely for a boundary. He goes to 35, the total to 90 without loss. It does feel like there's a bit of rain in the air, you know. It's just got that feel to it, isn't it?
As I say, I'm not sure that would be such a bad thing now. Either that or turn the floodlights off.
90 without loss. Lawrence again with a twirl of arms and legs is in and bowls and just played through the offside by Daniel Hughes. He goes to 36, which is the Sussex lead, I think, isn't it? Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Lawrence again bowls forward, comes Haynes down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
It is a conundrum, this, for Surrey, though, because I don't blame Sussex for preparing a pitch that hasn't done a huge amount, but for Surrey it's a third game drawn.
Lawrence in bowls, Haynes clips to mid-wicket, there is no run, fielded there by young Ollie Sykes, who I suspect may be going to bowl the next over. He's looking at his skipper, who says...
I think, it looks as if, well, I thought Rory Burns was
Well, is he going to bowl?
have a bowl, yes. Well, I saw him having a bit of a warm-up this morning with Jay Dernbach, who I think was standing a little too far back for RJ Burns' medium pace, because it didn't just bounce to him a couple of times into the mitt, it sort of rolled straight into the mitt. So
Right.
I think this tells you all you need to know now,
Yep.
because Rory Burns into the... He's got 2 first-class wickets as RJ Burns. He's already had a bowl this season.
Has he?
Bowled a solitary over to keep us on the field of play. And it's tidy little just below medium pace.
So someone just come out over there wrapped in a blanket.
Yes, but it's cold enough for that. As Burns, he's going to come down the slope. As oh no, he's not, because he was about to bowl, and then Hughes wasn't quite ready. Hughes steps away as Burns comes bustling in over the wicket to Hughes, and Hughes is forward and just pushing this one away through the covers, and they'll stroll a single.
I know rules is rules, Churchy, and every game of sport has to have rules, but this is the sort of situation where you thought you could get to tea here, and the skippers could just say, well, you know, thanks very much, but it wouldn't happen.
Not sure it's going to bring the crowds in, as this one.
Well, that's the point,
punched
isn't it?
off the back foot by Haynes.
Yeah, that's exactly the point.
Towards Sykes at backward point.
Because everybody knows it's, you know, we're just playing out time, which is a shame in a... It was an eagerly anticipated clash, I think. You know, it was. You know, the weather hasn't played ball, unfortunately, but...
As this one's cut by Haynes. Down to Ollie Pope. Pope gets the throw into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Hughes back onto strike. There's Burns. Over the wicket he comes, and that's swung down the leg side. Hughes got nothing on it. Taken by a tumbling Folkes away to his right.
He's not going to, with the game coming up on Friday, he's not going to want his quicker bowlers or his having to sort of expend too much energy here.
Ollie Pope's just been down and signed a few autographs. It's in again, and this is turned by Hughes out towards deep backward square. Yes, I really did think when Surrey were batting yesterday afternoon, and even getting here this morning, we could have quite an interesting afternoon, but as it is, nothing's really happened, as this is turned by Haynes for 4 off his hip. So that will run away, and that will bring up the Haynes 50. So his wonderful form of this summer continues. On to 50 not out he goes. 174 in the first innings. But I think that's more of a change of ends bowling from Rory Burns, because here is Ollie Sykes to have a bowl from the sea end.
He certainly is. Tea today is set, isn't it, at 20 to 4?
It is.
So we've got another 4. Ollie Pope looks a bit. Ollie Pope is doing some tightrope walking. Look, you see, he's walking.
Yes, he is.
Yes, he's walking on the boundary
As
road
I say,
there.
he's just leant over and signed a few autographs.
Wouldn't fancy being a tightrope walker, Churchy. You see these people walking across great big canyons.
Oh, I saw a fascinating documentary about a French gentleman who did it across.
In comes Sykes bowls and Hughes defends down the onside, no run.
Now, where was it? Anyway, it was somewhere in the world, and across two big buildings, very high up.
Oof.
But he had to sort of get through security to be able to put his wire up.
In comes Sykes bowls. Hughes drives into the covers, no run. Did he have a sort of a safety wire or?
No.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah, but it was his dream to do this. You see, yes, he was. Yeah. So I think this was in the 70s or 80s.
Sykes gives up plenty of air. Hughes drives down the road and Ollie Pope has to stop practicing his tightrope walking and comes in and fields. I mean, you do get people, you know, I think people have sort of tightrope walked across Niagara Falls and that sort of thing, haven't they?
You've got to have good balance.
Yes. Sykes in again, bowls. Haynes plays out into the offside. There is no run. Sykes in again, bowls. Flick of the wrists by Haynes, plays out onto the onside, and there is no run.
Some people enjoy a bit of adrenaline, though, don't they? Sort of bungee jumping. You want to do that.
Sykes bowls and played into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. Sykes has 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. Sussex 99 without loss. Hughes on 39, Haynes on 50. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Surrey, the game is drifting to a draw. 42 overs left in the day. Surrey bowled out this morning for 490, gave them a lead of 55. But these two have cleared the arrears, and Churchy's about to say something.
Well, listeners on 5 Sports Extra with us, and what a time to join, because Rory Burns is bowling, and he's coming down the slope to Daniel Hughes, and that's the 100 up for Sussex. So 100 without loss, Sussex. There's not a huge amount going on out there at the moment, and I think Rory Burns has decided now to give his quicker bowlers a rest. But yeah, Haynes and Hughes have played nicely, but again, the pitch not really doing a huge amount as Burns is in and Haynes is driving. Nice looking shot. I'm not sure Ollie Pope will get to this, will he? Yes, he does. Gets a hand on it, does Ollie Pope, and they'll get back for 2 more. And arriving at the ground this morning, I was sort of thinking along the lines of Surrey bat properly for the first 45 minutes and then look to put the foot down, but they weren't allowed to really by Robinson and Seals. As Burns is in. Oh, he swung that one back at Haynes. He has 2 first-class wickets, does Rory Burns, in his career. He's looking for a 3rd. Here's Burns. Come bustling in once more, will Rory Burns. It's not particularly conducive to good cricket, this weather at the moment. Floodlights on, it's cold, and we know where we're headed with this game now. So we are headed towards a draw, and I say from a Surrey perspective, it is a bit of a conundrum in that they've played some good cricket in this game, really positive stuff. And yesterday, even Paul Farbrace, as this one's left alone outside the off stump, sort of said to you, we found out what First Division cricket is all about today, but they've been scuppered again here by a surface that just hasn't done anything. So it's certainly blunting the Surrey attack at the moment as Burns is in and this one's left alone. outside the off stump by Hughes. End of the over, Hughes 40, Haynes 53, 103 without loss. Sussex. So, yes, it's a bit of a conundrum for Surrey when they go away from home. Of course, last week, back at the Kia Oval, it was a typical oval pitch, but with the weather we've had, and it did flatten out, and by the last day, Hampshire batted through the day. So, it is a conundrum, but they are back on Friday of this week to play Somerset.
In comes Ollie Sykes from the sea end of the ground. For those of you who don't know Hove, it means he's bowling up the hill, away from the sea. The floodlights are shining brightly. And Sykes is rattling through his overs here. He's in his 7th over, figures of 0 for 14. Comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, who plays back down the offside of the track. Just the one slip, 3 men saving one on the offside. A sweeper on the cover boundary. As Sykes is in again, bowls, Haynes defends down the track. There is no run. Fielders look a bit chilly out there. It's very overcast, very grey, and those spectators, the few that are here, are thoroughly wrapped up against the elements as Sykes is in and bowls. Haynes defends down the offside. Tom Haynes on 53 to add to his 174 in the first innings.
Yeah, he's had a good game, hasn't he, with the bat?
Waits again, and Sykes is in. Bowls, play down the offside. Ollie Pope down below us here at long on. Watching on. Actually, he hasn't got a long sleeve sweater on, has he? He's got his short sleeve sweater on as Ollie Pope, as Sykes is in. The maiden over. I reckon that took less than a minute to bowl there, though.
I like the Sykes off spin. He's only in his 2nd championship game. Ollie Sykes, very talented. Batted 7 in this game. Made 37 this morning. His first runs in championship cricket, and now he's getting a bowl with his off breaks, and he's settled into this very, very nicely. Ollie Pope's having his photo taken now with a I was about to say young gentleman, but I'm not sure it is. And yes, he's making his way back to his fielding position.
There's a couple down here with the young child.
That was who the photo was with.
Oh, how lovely.
Here is Burns tearing in from the Cromwell Road end, and he is cut away by Hughes. Out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's Gus Atkinson out there in front of the Spenkarma Pavilion. Burns is, well, to be fair on this pitch, Burns' pace is going to be negated as well, isn't it? As it might come back to him in a minute, as this one's turned by Haynes into the leg side, and it's picked up by Ryan Patel in there at short mid-wicket. I'm not sure he's really bending his back here, Burns, because he knows that his pace on this surface, as forward goes Haynes, and this one rolls out towards extra cover. As I say, Jade Dernbach was mitting to Burns this morning, and yeah, not many of them got to him, I have to say. Shining the ball up away there in the distance is the Surrey captain. In over the wicket he comes again. Was left alone by Haynes outside his off stump. Haynes wanders off towards square leg. Wonder where he'll go next. Rory Burns. Ryan Patel, of course, can bowl some medium pace. He did once get a bit of Ollie Pope leg spin. As that's short from Burns. He's just testing out
Number 6.
Haynes with the short ball there. And Haynes has pulled it away for 4.
Oh dear.
He did bang that one in, did Rory Burns, just tested out halfway, and it took a while to get to Haynes, but he waited long enough to be able to put it away for 4.
I just saw Ben Folkes sort of rolling his arm over. I do hope we're not going to get wicket keepers.
No, that won't happen.
No.
No. I don't think B. Folkes will be having a bowl. That's swung. Oh, he's bowled a no ball now. Rory Burns, it's this slope, you see, when you're tearing in at that pace. As we've seen throughout this game, it can make you overstep the mark. So that'll be 2 more to the total. All joking aside, it's tidy medium pace from Burns, but short of a length is probably not going to work, and he's gone with it there, and Haynes has pulled it away for 4 more. So couple of boundaries in the Burns over. I tell you what, Haynes could be on for another 100 here.
He could.
The rate we're going. Haynes 61, Hughes 41, 114 without loss. 39 overs remaining, or fingers crossed at some point a massive thunderstorm, which would move everything on a bit quicker.
Well, funny enough, Andy Bill, in all seriousness, Andy Bill's been in touch. He says, surely the umpires could just say, light is bad, the game is heading nowhere, let's shake hands and move on to the next
Well,
game.
they did it last night. They went very early yesterday when we should have been playing.
In comes Sykes, bowls to Hughes, who's 4 down the offside. I'm sure actually the players who are out there would gladly just shake hands and say thank you very much, but rules is rules. 114 without loss of Sussex in their second innings. Sykes in, bowls, and Daniel, who's plays forward. He attempted to sort of drag the ball back to save Ben Folkes running from behind the stumps, but
It's good for the average if you're batting.
it is. Sykes in again, bowls, Hughes drives to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, well, yeah. So if you could put this out of its misery in some way, shape or form, it would be a good thing. But as I say, we went.
Sykes bowls, Hughes plays to the covers, no run.
It was far too early, I think, yesterday to call play off.
Well, I think
for
both-
the day. So
Well, both coaches agreed.
yeah,
didn't
and
they?
that's where our lovely game again doesn't do itself any favours at times.
Sykes in, bowls, Hughes defends down the onside of the track, well, actually straight down the middle of the track, and there is no run. Just keep an eye on what's going on elsewhere in the championship. Sykes in, bowls, Haynes, Hughes stretches forward and plays it out to Worrell, who fields on the cover boundary. No run, 115 without loss. Hughes 42, Haynes is on 61. It means the Sussex lead is actually 60, is that right?
Yes.
No, 55. What am I talking about? No, 60. It is
Yes,
60.
you're right with that.
The lead is 60. Elsewhere, Yorkshire 277 for 6, leading Durham by 157. Johnny Bairstow 86 not out, so that game looks like it could be heading for a draw. Essex have beaten Worcestershire by 28 runs. Looks like they're playing again down at Southampton. Somerset 158 for 2. Somerset leading by 6 runs. Is Dan Morgan going to bowl some spin?
Well, yes.
And still no play at Birmingham. Warwickshire 163 for 6, trailing Notts by 111.
Yes. Yes. Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be Worrell, I think, bowling some off spin now. Or leg spin. Oh, very nice. Very tidy from Dan Worrell. So he's bowling a bit of leg spin here, is Dan Worrell. And the first one lands straight on a length. As he's coming into Hughes, I tell you what it is. It's a very passable impression for Shane Warne. This from Dan Worrell. I wonder whether that is part of it. That is a very passable. The big full toss outside the off stump wasn't passable, but the actual action and the approach and everything. You have a look. It is, I think. It's very good. No, that's not. That's very wide outside the off stump. But the actual sort of the wander in and the bit of Shane Warne. I think it could be the Shane Warne impression. This from what it is. It's very good. Oh, hello. He's bowled the other one there, I think, and he won't get that. But there's some excitement around the ground at the moment. It's very good. This from Worrell. It really is.
As a batsman, you don't want to get out, do you?
No, well, Hughes definitely won't want to get out to Worrell, will he, as he's in? And Haynes will play this one out into the offside.
Do you have to go to 5 o'clock? Or is it when there's 15 overs to go, or I don't know.
Well, as I say,
Not entirely sure.
floodlights could go out, couldn't they? In comes Worrell. This one's driven by Haynes out towards Gus Atkinson, sweeping on the cover boundary. Well, I actually think that was a very passable impression of the late great Shane Warne there from Dan Worrell. 117 without loss. So I'm not saying in terms of the spinning deliveries, etc. But the approach and the action, I think that's probably what it was. But it was very good.
In all seriousness, though, Church, is there not a stage now where this is something where I think the rules don't do themselves any favour? I know you have to have rules, but this isn't going to end in anything but a draw.
You tell me, Adrian Harms, where at times common sense comes into our beautiful game.
Well, are they going off for? Well, the umpires are. Are they?
Yeah,
They're going to look at the light.
I think actually the players have persuaded the umpires here to have a look at the light.
Well, it does seem.
Yes,
It
does seem very gloomy. I think at the moment I'm surprised that
Well, both sides have got.
Hughes and Haynes can see each other.
Well, both sides have got games on Friday, haven't they? And I just wonder whether they're going to say, "Come on, let's common sense should prevail here." Sussex go to Nottingham. You've got a game at the Oval. This game is heading in a draw. It would, it just makes sense all round to say, "Thanks very much," doesn't it? And we'll call it today.
I hate to say it, the precedent was sort of set last night when we should have been playing and we weren't. So.
But as we are now with the game in the situation that it is, if the two skippers and the two head coaches say, "That's it, thanks very much," you're not going to find any spectators grumbling, saying, "I've had my money's worth." It's becoming pretty farcical now, really.
But it has been ever thus.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, I agree.
It has been ever thus. There have been many final days like this. There is the other way around it, of course, as this one's turned into the leg side by Haynes. That if they do want to get off, just bung the ball to Gus Atkinson and tell him to bowl one bouncer, and then probably off they'll go. As cut away by Haynes through backward point, and that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. But as I said, the irony being, when we weren't on the field of play last night, we should have been on the field of play. So precedent sort of set. 66 to Haynes, 121 without loss. As here comes Sykes again, and forward goes Haynes. I think I've stolen your over here, but only because I want you to have the great joy of describing the Worrell Shane Warne impression, because it is something to behold. If he has another over of Shane Warne, as Sykes is in and forward goes Haynes, plays this one out towards extra cover. It is a shame when we sort of get to this point of the game, although it's lovely to see Dan Worrell's impressions as this one's pushed away into the offside and there's no run. 121 without loss as Sykes is in, and this one's clipped out towards Gus Atkinson at deep mid-wicket, and they will stroll another single. Another over passes by. 122 without loss. Haynes 67, Hughes 43. Worrell is strolling up for another over, perhaps,
I can see
of leg spin. That's Ryan Patel chatting with Ben Debenham. I'm not sure Ryan Patel's going to persuade him to do anything. But Rory Burns is out there at the moment at extra cover.
What is the shame with this, in all seriousness, is that it's we're all looking forward to this fixture, aren't we? It's a shame that it's ending in fast.
Oh my lord!
That's a full toss from Dan Worrell, which
all I would say is, and this is nothing, but I said it to you. Surrey are going to find this when they go away from home. And when you
is that a warning?
When it was such a slow. No, it won't be at that pace. Had Worrell bowled that one at head height, it didn't bounce at his full pace yet. But at that pace, Haynes could have gone and got a cup of tea and come back.
Worrell again bowls. Haynes drives a full toss through the offside and picks up another single. Just for the record, he goes to 68, 125 without loss. I'm sure though that Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes are out there thinking they would probably rather be.
But all I'm saying is, if you get surfaces that aren't going to be a balance between bats and ball, I'm afraid you're going to end up in these positions.
Worrell in and bowls. Hughes drives through the offside, and that's going to be 4 runs through extra cover.
And don't get me wrong, I understand it, but Surrey have tried everything in this game to get it going moving forward, and they showed the way they batted yesterday that they were getting themselves ahead of the game. But again, today nothing's happened, unfortunately, so you're going to end up with this.
129 without loss for the record, as in comes Worrell bowls. He's bowling leg breaks from the Cromwell Road end. If you're just joining us here, the game rather drifting towards a...
But Sussex will be delighted with this, won't they? They'll be absolutely delighted with the points out of this game.
In comes Worrell bowls, taken by Folkes, and there is no run.
And there's nothing wrong with that at all, but for spectacle purposes, you're going to get a lot of this unless Surrey can work out the conundrum.
Worrell in bowls to Hughes, who plays back down the track. Worrell falls off his own bowling, and there is no run. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Comes in again. Bowls, full toss, Hughes drives and picks up a single out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Actually, the light is not great, and perhaps the umpires will have another look at the light in a moment. 130 without loss.
I think at the moment...
Haynes 68. They are going to have a look at the light, are they?
No, they're not. Sibley's coming on for a bowl. Now, this is excellent for me because I made a prediction early in Sibley's career that he might take 100 first-class wickets with his leg spin. He owes me 97. So if he could pick up another 10 here quickly, that would move him nearer towards that 100 first-class wickets. But it's been a while, I think, since Sibley's had a bowl in the Championship. So, yeah, Dominic Sibley is going to have a go from the C end. I tell you what, when he left Surrey, he was opening the bowling in T20 cricket, was Dom Sibley.
Was he?
Yes, he was. Right then, here we go. We're going to have some Dominic Sibley leg spin from the C end. As he's coming into Hughes, and his first ball, Hughes is cutting out towards Sykes, sweeping on the cover boundary rope, and they will stroll a single. One more to the total. As Sibley is in once more and forward. Goes Haynes, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Round the wicket he goes again, Sibley, and pushed down the ground by Haynes. And he'll pick up another single. One more, he moves on to 69, 132 without loss. Back onto strike comes Hughes. That's very short from Sibley. It's well taken by Folkes because Hughes got nothing on that. Looking to help it down towards long leg.
Ryan Patel here is down here talking to the ground staff as well.
Oh my lord, that is well, that is very wide down the leg side by Sibley. It's a brilliant take again by Folkes, but just for a second there, I feared that Hughes may have got something on that, which would have been a horrible moment for him. But thankfully he didn't. As he waits again, Hughes. Sibley's in, and Hughes very respectfully turning that one from Sibley into the leg side. End of the Sibley over. 132 without loss.
The umpires are going to have a chat here.
Well, one of them might have a bowl in a minute. Haynes 69, Hughes 49. But please don't anybody think I'm criticising the ground staff or Sussex or... I get it. I completely and utterly get it. All I'm saying is, however hard you try to manoeuvre yourselves into a position where you can win it, you're going to end up with situations like this on a last afternoon where, as I say, it might be better for this game to be taken around the back of the pavilion. You know, we're in that situation at the moment.
Now, what's going to happen?
Well, they're going to have to continue here unless the umpires say.
This is what I'd have thought. You'd have thought that, that some sort of common sense would prevail, and we are where we are with the game. But that the head coaches could come out and say, "Look, the light's too bad, umpires. Let's call it a day." I mean, no, yeah, there we go. I mean, it just makes sense, doesn't it? Really.
Well, really, we'd had enough of that, and you know why we're doing that now? Because Fisher's just taken his jumper off.
Oh, right.
So,
okay.
yeah,
so get some quick bowling.
Yeah, that's the thing. I sort of said 2-3 overs ago. Just one ball from Atkinson would be enough.
Well, I think that's probably going to be that, because I can't see any point whatsoever in anybody coming out. We'll probably have to go through the business of having tea, I expect.
Oh yes, we'll have tea. Oh, without a shadow of a doubt, we'll have tea. And the umpires will stay out there for a bit, and we'll go through the entire rigmarole. And we won't see any more cricket, but...
Well, shall we have a cup of tea? Apologies for the last half hour. Rules is rules with the umpires, and...
Come on. It's not often you see as good a Shane Warne impression as that from Dan Worrell. And you've got a bit of Burns, and Messrs Hughes and Haynes have done their averages no harm either.
Well, everyone's packing up the crowd now. That's the end of pretty much the end of the game. So, the game hasn't yet finished officially, but I think we all know that probably we're not going to see any more action. There's lots of announcements going on around the ground, but the stumps are still in. So we're going to take a break and have a cup of tea. If we don't get back on air, which I doubt we will to see any more cricket, a big thank you to Mark Church. It's been a pleasure to see you down here this week.
Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody here at Hove as well. Been beautifully looked after as always. Your company's been great. We had Isabel Duncan here for 3 days as well. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you for all your emails and your messages, because it's what it makes the day so much more enjoyable when we hear from people. In terms of the county championship, well, it carries on again on Friday. Sussex with a trip up to Trent Bridge to play Nottinghamshire. Surrey are at the Oval against Somerset. So those games will be covered on the BBC. So thank you everybody for getting in touch. As I say, the game hasn't officially finished yet, which is one of the vagaries of county cricket, but I'm pretty certain that the players will be having their tea, having a shower, and I think officially it's probably tea, which is why we've gone off now. And I think perhaps we're going for an update on the radio, so we'll tell you what's... I didn't actually see the score there, actually. 132 without loss.
Thank you. We're just waiting for an update, so sorry for my... and we'll give you that update in a couple of moments' time. A few spectators are coming out onto the pitch. Yeah, no chance at all, Tim. I'm afraid the pitch has been the winner here at Hove. In the second innings, Sussex are 132 without loss. But in the half hour, we've sort of had the farcical sight, really, of some part-time bowlers. You don't blame either of the sides. Them's the rules, I guess. But it doesn't really do the great game too many favours when you see games ending like this. Sussex 132 without loss for the record. Tom Haynes on 69, Daniel Hughes on 49. The floodlights are on. It's very gloomy and dark here. The players have just left the field for tea, but I think probably everybody's thinking here that's probably it for the day. I'll be very surprised if the players come back out again for a post tea session. The game will end in a draw. It means that Sussex have made a good start to their Division 1 campaign. They've drawn 2 and won that game against Somerset here last week. They head up to Nottinghamshire on Friday. Surrey with 3 draws to start the championship. They'll be hoping to get back to winning ways when they play Somerset at the Oval on Friday. I say I doubt there's going to be any more cricket, Tim, but not officially yet. The ground staff out in the middle marking out the creases, but I think probably the players are rather hoping that this will now be declared a draw at some stage after tea. Oh, God. Hello, Isaac. Oh, God. Hello, Isaac. Can you hear? You can hear. Thumbs up from Isaac. Marvellous.